Okay, so we're ready.
All right, I'm starting my stream. All right.
Okay. All right, welcome everyone. This is a historic day in the multi-century struggle for the repair of our people. Today, the House Judiciary Committee will vote to send HR 40 to the House floor. And what we want to do is discuss the national strategy today that we're going to continue to use to do our next steps in the effort to make HR 40 law. Now, tonight, I'm joined by my co-host, Reverend Mark Thompson, host of Make It Plain, member of NCOBRA, the National African American Reparations Committee, and the Black Church PAC. And I am Aiwuyor, founder of the National Black Cultural Information Trust. We were supposed to be joined by Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, but HR 40 hasn't made it to the markup session yet. So we're still waiting for that to happen. We were also supposed to be joined by Keenan Keller, Senior Democratic Counsel for the U.S. House of Representatives Judiciary Committee. Again, we're waiting for HR 40 to come up. It still hasn't happened yet, but we're still going to continue our discussion. Joining us today as panelists are Cam Howard, National Co-Chair of NCOBRA, Kenneth Henry, Chairperson NCOBRA Legislative Committee, Reverend Dr. Joanne Watson, Senior Pastor of Westside Unity Church, Dr. Raymond Wimbush, Director of the Institute for Urban Research, Attorney Nkechi Taifa, Founder, Principal CEO of the Taifa Group, LLC, Dr. Ron Daniels, Convener of NARC, President of the Institute of the Black World 21st Century. Dr. Greg Kamathi Carr will also be joining us later, the Chair of African American Studies at Howard University. And we also have with us Dreesen Heath, Assistant Researcher, Racial Justice and Human Rights Watch. So now we'll hear more from Reverend Mark Thompson that'll be leading the discussion.
All right, thank you, Jam, and thank you for facilitating this as always and helping to bring us together. Those of you in the webinar space, be sure to share on Facebook from NBCI, retweet NCOBRA. It's on my Instagram, Minister with 2 T's. So while we're getting going, share with everyone so they can see it. The plan for tonight is for us to go ahead and begin our conversation. We're going to do this like live television coverage. So we're going to have a conversation amongst our panelists and then be prepared to go live to the markup. The House Judiciary has been meeting all day. They have another bill and some amendments to consider before they take up HR 40. So this could go a while longer. It could go into the night. We're going to begin our conversation, go live to the markup. You'll see it here live on this platform that you're on, number one. And then depending on how late it is, we're going to come back here and talk. Now, I'm prepared to go late. I presume others are as well. Sometimes, certain people on here have plans and they can't stay, but hopefully people will be able to stay tonight, and you'll be able to tell those who have those plans when they leave. You'll know that those are the ones that have those plans. So Jam has introduced everyone, so why not get started? Now, if you have a question, and yes, they have just returned from recess, but they're taking up this other legislation. We're monitoring that. So it's a good thing. We'll all be watching this together as a family. If you have a question, please drop it in the Q&A. We'll try to monitor the chat as much as possible as well. So why don't we get things started? As I said to the panelists, we don't want to, I don't want to ask a question and then everybody gets a 2-minute response. We just want to kind of have an open dialogue. And so we want to begin with the person who called us together tonight, and that is the African male co-chair of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. And that would be our dear brother, Cam Howard. Cam, let's begin with you. First of all, why don't you elaborate on what I've shared in terms of what has already happened today and why we still aren't there yet? Because I don't know, a lot of people aren't familiar with procedure on the Hill. A lot of folks assume this will be over and we'd be ready to talk about it. But why don't you explain about it, what you've been monitoring today, what you are aware of, and what it is that's taking some time to get to HR 40.
Sure, I think Nkechi probably would be a better person to do that, but I'll try. So the Judiciary Committee had an agenda, and on that agenda there were, I think, 4 or maybe 5 pieces of legislation that they were to mark up, which means they were going to introduce the legislation, debate it, what had already been introduced, but bring it to the committee for debate it, determine whether or not there should be some amendments, and vote on those amendments, and then vote on that legislation to send it to the House floor. And so there were 2 legislations before the HR 40 legislation, and those 2 legislations has dominated the entire day. The first legislation had to do with Trump's immigration ban law that they were wanted to appeal, and the second one had to do with the right of counsel when coming into the country. Those who were stopped in accordance to that ban. I think that's, and I think Teresa of Human Rights Watch can even talk more about that if necessary. But that's really the process. We were third in the hopper, if you will, and we just haven't gotten to that bill yet. And so they're back from recess. They have to finish the second bill that they were debating, and then go right into HR 40. That's what we've been told by the Judiciary Committee Counsel, Keenan Keller, who's was scheduled to be with us and probably will come on immediately after HR 40 markup. But we thought we would be here to celebrate what I'm hoping to be the inauguration of an era of repair. We suffered 3 eras of harm in this country: the era of transatlantic slave trade, the era of post-Jim Crow apartheid, and now this current era of neo-apartheid, or new Jim Crow apartheid, if you will. And in 2008, there was talk about the election of Black president. We moved into a post-racial America, but you cannot have that post-racial America without an era of repair that has to precede that. And so this vote was to begin to inaugurate this era of repair, get us to the point where this issue of redress could go to the House floor, and then we can proceed there with a Senate plan and strategy and into the president's desk for a vote. But it has not happened yet. We expect it to happen, and I'm still in that mode of anticipation of a very successful night.
Need to jump in because he said you know some information about what's happening procedurally today.
Yeah, well, let me just say, first of all, personally, I've waited 50 years for this day, 50 years for myself personally, and 32 years since the bill HR 40 was first introduced in Congress. As Queen Mother Reverend Dr. Joanne Watson knows, we remember that time very vividly. We were witnessing the recent passage of the 1988 Civil Liberties Act, which granted reparations to Japanese Americans. And, we're looking around and saying, if we followed the same strategy that the Japanese Americans followed, that it would be sheer racism for the country to deny us. Again, that was 32 years ago. Family member of NCOBA, National Conference of Blacks for Reparations in America, worked very closely with John Conyers. And at that time, it was, in fact, a study bill, which was how the Japanese American bill started out. But now, 32 years later, the studies have been in, the books have been written, the law review articles, the briefs, you name it, the issue has become mainstream. We're not just talking about a study bill, but we're talking about an actual remedy bill. So today, as Brother Cam said, was the markup to be, which will still happen, I presume, the first time the bill will be marked up in House Judiciary Committee. And then the next step is a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. Again, unprecedented for reparations. Again, a historic move for reparations. There is unquestionably a racial reckoning going on in this country right now. We see it every day on the news. The polls affirm that the winds are a change, a shifting in the minds of people with respect to reparations. I just want to conclude by saying that the casket has been thrust wide open every day. Almost, we're hearing the uncovering of new abuses, whether it's Bruce's Beach in California, whether it's Elaine, Arkansas, whether it's what's going on in Athens, Georgia, whether we're talking about Africa Town, Alabama, we're talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma, we're talking about Rosewood. It's just proliferating. Universities, corporations, industries stepping up to the plate and talking about the right to and the need for reparatory justice. So again, this is historic. I have my other computer here just waiting for this historic moment to actually come to fruition.
Nikichi, you said you've been in this fight for 50 years. Nobody can believe that. How old are you?
Yeah, but I was a teenager. I was a teenager when I started talking about reparations, having been influenced by the Black Power movement, and I've kept up this steady drumbeat all of this time. I'm not a newcomer, not a Johnny come lately, tried and true. But thank you, I appreciate that.
Female Benjamin Button, that's what it is.
Yeah, going back. So, Dreesen, I'm going to come to you next because Cam also alluded to you. You've been Human Rights Watch folks, and Dreesen Heath is an example of really another generation coming into this, the broadening of the coalition, and she has been so invaluable. She's become the new young star of this movement. We've nicknamed her Reparations Beyonce, Reparations Ronce. We're going to hear from Reparations Rihanna a little later, but first let's hear from Reparations Beyonce. Dreesen, what's your take on what is going on, what's been happening all day, and what's happening right now? What can we start looking forward to tonight?
Absolutely. I mean, as Cam and Nikichi have alluded to, it's been a long time coming, and I think we're all in that antsy phase where we're all got multiple screens up, been waiting for this day. We were so close last Congress to being at this moment, and now we're here. And for Human Rights Watch to be a part of this fight in a way, just recently coming in the last couple years of a movement that has been, igniting conversation and action for decades. It's an honor to be in this space personally, but for our organization to represent an international human rights space which honors the right to remedy and reparations so clearly. It was a no-brainer to lend our support to this movement, especially at this, we're talking about, when we talk about the urgency of HR 40, it's because the circumstances are dire. These are lived experiences that all of us are living every day. Some of us are personally impacted, but there's millions of other people that are living through the impacts of slavery daily. And HR 40s, to use Nikichi's word, HR 40 is has come. The time has come to advance this forward. I think it's just exceptionally important to know, this group of people, these names, their legacies, and where we are at right now, and what we can do with this moment. I love that Nikichi spoke about this being a remedy bill. We need to be messaging on that. Do not also, negate the fact that the federal government hasn't documented the range of wrongs that is committed against Black people. And that's a part of the reparation process and how we actually get to the range of remedies that we even need to, heal the harm. So don't diss more research and studies, because it's not just more research. It's to be able to treat the harm effectively, so that we can, put an end to these harms and guarantee that generations to come aren't fighting the same fight.
We appreciate that. So many people, I'm not going in order of importance. We heard from three people because they're kind of been involved in what's been happening hour by hour today. But I do want to go next to someone, speaking of people with longevity, and just to bring us back to the old landmark. John Conyers introduced this legislation in 1989, and we have someone here, folks, whom we also all know and love. She was with John Conyers from the very beginning. She has been the voice of Motown in Detroit for many, many years on the radio. Wake up. She was saying wake up and woke before a whole lot of folks just started saying, folks just learn that term, woke, 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 woke. She was saying it, for decades before it became popular and whatnot. And I think, she's someone we'd like to hear from, because I'm sure she must be feeling grand right now, this has been a long struggle. Reparations, Ray, so many people. And just I want her to talk to us about how, Reparations, Ray and John Conyers are probably looking down on this right now as ancestors, and being very proud that we finally have made it to this next step. The Reverend Dr. Joanne Watson is here with us as well. Reverend Joanne, we love you.
I love you back. Thank you, Reverend Mark Thompson. If Reparations Ray Jenkins were here, and I claim his spirit is here, his first line always was, reparations is not a handout, it's a debt owed. It's a debt owed. And when we consider that in 1988, the United States signed into law the Civil Liberties Act, as Queen Sister Nikichi said, and paid $20,000 and provided a letter of apology to Japanese Americans. In 1990, Austria paid $25 million to Jewish Holocaust survivors for their role in supporting Nazis in World War II. 1988, Canada gave 250,000 square miles of land to indigenous people. In 1986, the USA paid $32 million to honor the 1836 treaty with the Ottawas of Michigan. In 1985, USA paid $100 million to the Sioux of South Dakota. The United States paid $81 million to the Klamath of Oregon. In 1971, the United States gave $1 billion plus 44 million acres of land to honor the Alaska Native Land Settlement of 1952. In Germany, $822 million was paid to Jewish Holocaust survivors of the German Jewish settlement. The United States gave 270 million acres of land, predominantly to white males, via the Homestead Act of 1862. And the United States paid $878 million to the former enslavers who lost the Civil War to compensate them for their losses. All these plus other populations have been afforded reparations, but not Africans who were kidnapped, tortured, raped, drawn and quartered, shackled, branded, treated as chattel, less than human, and never got the promised land revenue that we were supposed to be given after the Emancipation Proclamation. Now, the United Nations World Conference Against Racism in Durban, South Africa, concluded that the transatlantic slave trade was a crime against humanity and should always have been so. There is no statute of limitations for crimes against humanity. No statute of limitations, and when there is a crime, there's a price to be paid. The Holy Bible says in the Old Testament, Numbers 5, verses 5 through 7, and the Lord spoke, when man or woman commits a sin that men do commit, then they shall confess their sin and shall recompense their trespass with the principal and a fifth thereof, and give it unto him whom he has trespassed. They know that they have wronged, and they know they must pay.
Thank you, Mama Joanne. We love you. Thank you so much for that. We know Reparations Ray would not only say that, he'd be clean right now. He'd be dressed to the nines. You hear me? Amen. Amen. We want to hear next from our dear brother who has convened what is called the National African American Reparations Commission. We didn't wait for the bill to pass to form a commission so we could begin to have some conversations and some type of framework blueprint on what might be considered. And thank God that happened. Otherwise, there are others who have been trying to drive this conversation in a direction that is not beneficial to us all. And some of y'all know who I'm talking about. But the commission has been meeting and talking. alongside in Cobra. He is the convener. Dr. Ron Daniels is here with us. Dr. Daniels, what's your take on today?
Well, it's one of those moments, man. You're glad to be alive, frankly. I mean, it's almost impossible to contemplate how important what is happening is today. And let me just say, backing up and just having heard a little bit of what was going on today, because in some ways it talks about the nature of what's happening. Because I got a message, I think, from Dr. Joyce King. We were going back and forth. She said, this is some ugly stuff happening. Because on these immigration bills, you were seeing the raw, naked face of white nationalism and white power. You know, the notion that this is a white man's land, that defiles the notion of the dispossession of Native people and anyone else coming into this country. So you know what we've been up against in terms of the opposition out there. So I just wanted to comment on that, because you hear this, and as Sister Nkechi said, this is a moment of inflection. But it's a moment of inflection that we have helped to build across generations, and we should never ever forget that. I remember when we first put out the 10-point program, one of the things that Conrad World, God bless his soul, he's also, he's fussing and cussing tonight in a positive way, talking about what we're doing. It was Conrad who said, look, we put together this 10-point program. We got to make sure we do a roll call of the people who've been involved in this. And Ray, you will remember the two of you got together and put together this document that traced from Cali House and ran it all the way down. We have to always remember that, because this is, as someone said, a cross-generational Black freedom struggle of resiliency, of ebbs and flow. And yes, John Conyers and Reparations Ray, are looking down on this, because one of the things that seems to me so incredibly important is that some people come dedicated to being of the race and for the race. And that's John Conyers.
Come on now.
One of the most progressive legislators in the history of this country.
Better say it.
Jazz man, you took him, he kind of cool, but this man, when you look at what he did, the Martin Luther King bill, healthcare, I mean, his legacy, and hanging in there, he was persuadable, and therefore hung in there year after year after year. He introduced this bill, kept it alive.
That's right. Kept
it alive. And so that's incredibly important. I gotta say Queen Mother Moore. I mean, gotta invoke her name.
That's right.
She, when a lot of us, including me, didn't even know, and that's a part of the healing. Somebody in the chat says, how do we heal? Part of the healing was, I didn't know what reparations is. How is it that you be an African in America, not even know what reparation was? I did not know. I had a constipated mind. Queen Mother Moore said she was a brain surgeon, and she operated on my mind and liberated it. And I think, and I'm glad. I hope she feels proud of the work that we're doing. So, and I guess the other thing I would say finally, and Reverend Joanne has laid it out so biblically, but I was thinking about the rejected stones.
Come on now.
Here we are the rejected stones. And here we are on it matters not whether we choose to do so or not. We are on the prefaces of not only restoring ourselves. You see what happened in Georgia, how poetically ironic it was that it was the hands that picked cotton, as Reverend Jesse Jackson said, who saved the Senate of the United States and in fact rescued the democracy, made it possible that there can even be the ability for certain legislation to move forward. So here we stand as the rejected stones, being the cornerstone potentially of a new America, and one in which will be based on the principles of Ma'at and so forth. And that we should not forget either. This is not some mundane exercise about a check. This is about all of the harms and repair, yes, but we're the kind of people who always bring the best out of ourselves in terms of being the moral conscience, the vanguard. Going back to the Gary Declaration, what did it say? We are the vanguard. And I take that seriously in terms of rescuing ourselves and rescuing, indeed, being, as Karenga might say, stepping out on the stage of history as a free, proud, and productive people.
Thank you. Mama Joanne,
Yeah.
You hear Dr. Daniels, and we got two other preachers on here. You see him try to get his preach on, kind of slide that in?
I heard him, but
on us.
my numbers.
You see him merge into our lane. Did you see that?
I heard that. I heard he trying to add clergymen to his.
I saw that. You know, we are the Stones. We are the Stones. You see that? I saw what he did right there. Y'all watch Dr. Daniel.
And quoting scripture.
Amen. Amen.
The scripture I quoted came from the Reverend Milton Henry, the brother of Mario Bedelli, who was the co-founder of the Republic of New Africa. So he used to talk about Numbers 5:5, and when he talked about it, and the Old Testament, Reverend Milton Henry, tears would come down his cheeks.
Amen.
That's
Amen.
the man who escorted Malcolm X from the airport on his last trip to provide a message to the people.
Yes,
and in fact, if it weren't for Milton Henry, we would not have the message to the grassroots, the albums from Malcolm X. We would not have all of those long playing records. It's because of the Henry brothers, Mario Bedelli and Milton Henry, that we have the forerunners of the modern day reparations movement.
And they borrowed the equipment from Berry Gordy, from
Amen.
See, people don't know this history. You know, people like to sanitize part, but reparations comes from the roots of the Black Power movement. I ain't scared to say it because it's true.
Amen. Ray Winbush is here. My brother who's written a book on reparations. Some folk think just one book been written on reparations. That's not true. This is an original book that was written on reparations, and we need to read it again. In fact, I've encouraged him to publish another edition of it. And you know, Ray knows whenever I see Ray, I think about my mother, because Ray used to work with my mother at Fisk University at the Race Relations Institute. God rest her soul. And I know she'd be happy. I know she's looking down happy as well that we have this hearing on today and we're moving forward. Dr. Ray Winbush, a dedicated scholar at our HBCUs as well. That's important. We need to lift up HBCU faculty and scholarship and scholars. Just because someone goes to a white university or Ivy League or teaches there does not make them the authority on what we're trying to do. So we welcome Dr. Ray Winbush. Dr. Ray, give us a word to yourself. How are you feeling about today? What are you thinking about today, and how this positions us? And also let everybody know about, if you can, about the specific project you're working on right now.
Well, you know, thanks, Mark. Thanks, everybody. I mean, I feel good. I mean, like James Brown said, you know, this is an important day for our ancestors, and let us lift up, you know, Dorothy Benton Lewis as well, and the work that she did for so many years about reparations. One thing I think that I've always felt, the African people are prophetic. And some of us have been in this struggle for years, decades. I remember when we held a meeting at Fisk, Mark, and we said we're going to hold a reparations meeting, and we invited just everybody down there that we could. You know, Aiwuyor Toro, who else? John Conyers was there, Reverend Watson, Randall Robinson, and others. And we were kind of a lone voice, other than Mario Bedelli in Mississippi, down in Tennessee, deep in the hills of Tennessee, talking about reparations. The one thing I think, the prophetic nature of Black folk, is that we always have to anticipate, unfortunately, the pushback that racism, white supremacy is going to give us on this movement. They are not going to take this, the system is not going to take this sitting down. You know, they've thrown everything in front of HR 40. I saw it today. I know they were talking about immigration, but I think in the back of some of these white folks' head was this whole idea is, let's postpone this vote as long as we can on HR 40. And not to say that the immigration stuff wasn't important. So I think that one of the things that we've got to do as Africans is to be one step ahead of the system of white supremacy and anticipating how are they going to push back when the markup occurs? What are they going to do? One thing that we've been engaged in with Enterprise Community Partners Mid-Atlantic Office is that brother city council member Kenyon McDuffie of DC introduced a reparations bill. And they asked us to do some research. You know, some people have called me like the nerd of the reparations struggle. And I have little problems with that, but the idea of like digging deep into research about our people. So we're digging deep into Washington, D.C., and there's an amazing amount of information that the team that we've put together already have discovered. For example, there's a house right now in D.C. called the Yellow House. And it was one of the biggest places where our ancestors were sold at. In fact, Solomon Northrop, from the 12 Years a Slave, he was sold and housed, I should say, jailed in that house. So one of the things I think that we all have to do is dig very deeply in anticipation of how some of these pushbacks are going to occur. They're going to resist. Sometimes I think Africans, we declare victory too, early, and we're going to have a victory today. We will, but we've got to anticipate what is going to happen for them to say, let's see how we can derail this. So I want to leave that word with you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Ray Winbush. We want to hear more. And again, we're just kind of going to go around and chat. I've introduced everyone. Well, you've all met her before, of course, Dreesen, but her new title, Reparations, Ron say Reparations, Beyonce. We have Reparations, Rihanna here. These are the stars. Now, this sister here, this queen, has almost single-handedly gotten all these new co-sponsors, and just calls folks and gets them to jump on the bill and co-sponsor it. I don't know where we'd be with that. We have over 170 co-sponsors. She's going to tell us all about that. Let us know who we need to call. She shouldn't have to do this all by herself. Who some of us need to call to help those of you in the webinar space, those of you watching online. She's going to tell you where there are people in your areas, in your congressional districts, and your senators who need to jump on board. Please welcome Reparations Rihanna Queen Kenneth Henry with the bad earrings. Go right ahead. Kenneth, you muted. There you go.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. First, I have to say, I never dreamed that I would be in a position to walk in the midst of such greatness as all of you. And to be able to tell the people in my humble town of humble beginnings that I'm actually involved in something so profound. Born and raised in the state of Virginia, where all of this began, I have to tell you, my mantra is do or die. Nothing's going to turn me around. This is it. I can't even put it into words. I just feel my ancestors just all around me, just saying, "Don't turn around now. You're so close." And I watched the bill markup today, and I just felt as if they were just going to push it out as long as they could push it out. And I just knew, and I still know, that before tonight's over, we will witness yet again another milestone, monumental, historic. For me, I've always said, I want to get to the floor debates, because it has to be that we go toe to toe with those folk who would prefer to be on the Capitol steps and do what they do and then calmly leave, get on the plane and go back home. I want to be face to face with them, because for near 500 years of tragedies and pernicious history, it has to come to you must acknowledge, accept, apologize, and you have to atone. Reparations must happen now. How do we get here? You talked about co-sponsors. It has been a journey, and it's been a difficult journey with COVID-19. A lot more fun when you can go down on Capitol Hill and stroll up in folk offices and get them to come on board as co-sponsors. And last year, we successfully closed out the session with 173 co-sponsors. And in about 3.5 months this year, we have 176 co-sponsors. I am a bit sad that we were not able to get 100% participation of our Congressional Black Caucus. And maybe we won't get that 100%. However, we've come as close as we can come. The same thing with the Hispanic caucus. We weren't able to get 100% there. I think we have about 6 or 7 holdouts. We still have time. We're still working really, really hard. There are about 44 Democratic congresspersons who have not come on board. We spent Monday in an action day. We made phone calls and sent emails. Didn't get a lot of success. We flipped one holdout. So we're still hopeful that by the time we go to the floor for floor debates, we will have more than 176 co-sponsors. It would be totally awesome if we could have 200 co-sponsors. So about 24 more, and we'll have our 200. For me, this is it's an opportunity to not just honor our ancestors, but we have to leave a legacy for our young people. We just can't walk away from this and leave unfinished business. Our young people deserve better than that, and I'm serious. I'm do or die, and that's how I have operated since I've been here. Again, profound honor. I've read about some of you, and I almost feel like a groupie because it's just such a great honor to be amongst all of you.
How can somebody named Rihanna be a groupie? We a groupie for you.
That's your imposed name.
Thank you, Kenneth, for all your hard work. I see there are a few questions in the Q&A. If the panelists would also take a look at that, some of you may want to actually, answer these in writing in case we don't get to them. But I want to go to one, whoever wants to answer, just to begin, because again, I don't want to take for granted. A lot of people don't necessarily understand the process. And Anita simply asked, we've been using the term markup, but she's asking exactly what it is. What is a markup? Is anyone who'd like to expound on that and explain what it is, please? Anybody?
Yes. So a bill is introduced. There's a hearing on the bill. Then it goes to the committee for markup. Markup simply means all sides look at the bill, determine if they want to make any changes or any amendments or whatever, but it's marked up. It's literally marked up. It's brought together. Members have the opportunity to vote on it as it is, to make amendments, introduce amendments, make changes and the like. And then there's a vote that's held on that marked up bill. And that vote is what ends up determining whether the bill will go out of committee so that it can go to the next step, which is consideration on the floor of the House or the Senate, or whether it dies there in committee.
Okay.
So that's the stage that we are at right now, markup. Okay. We have more co-sponsors going into markup than most bills even have going to the floor. We have 175 or so co-sponsors already just going into markup.
So right, with that many co-sponsors, how can it not pass? I mean, how can it absolutely not pass when you have that many co-sponsors? The bill's got to pass, right?
Well, they definitely have the votes to pass out of committee. It's another situation with respect to on the House floor. We don't know what amendments, if any, are going to be introduced, but we are very confident and optimistic and inspired that there should be no other outcome other than a favorable vote, not only out of committee, but on the House floor as well.
Is anybody
add to that, Brother Mark? So yeah, we have the Democrats control the Judiciary Committee, control the Congress, so they have a think a 24 to maybe 18 seat difference on the Judiciary Committee. So we definitely have the votes. I think that we have every Democratic Judiciary Committee congressperson who's also a co-sponsor to the bill, perhaps just one. So there's no question this bill will make it out of the Judiciary Committee. We don't know as of right now what amendments may be added to the bill, as Nkechi stated, but we need 218, a simple majority in the House to get this bill passed. And that's practically every Democratic congressperson. So, we are extremely hopeful. We're extremely optimistic. Let me just say that we're extremely optimistic that this bill is going to be passed in the House, but there's a lot of work still ahead to make that happen. And I don't want people to think that just because they make it out of the judiciary, we have to stop working. The work gets harder because those who have not signed on, the 40 or so who have not signed on, are holdouts for some reason or another, and we have to find out why. And then we have to persuade them and influence them to make sure that when this bill is brought to the floor of the House, that they do in fact vote yes. So it's not, a slam dunk. This bill is going to be passed. There's a tremendous amount of work that we have to do. Everyone who's on this webinar, and that's why that's one of the primary purposes of this webinar, is not only to inform our community what's happening, but to enlist the support that is going to be needed for us to take this to the next step, and that is to push this bill to the Senate floor.
Joy has a question. Can anyone address Joy's question in the Q&A? Nadler's amendment in the nature of a substitute. Is anyone that can speak to that at all?
Yes. It basically is the bill that the sponsor, in collaboration with others, might have updated, mainly technical type of updates, so it can be ready for consideration for markup. So the amendment in the nature of a substitute isn't really a substitute bill. It basically is the same bill, HR 40, with like technical type updates.
Okay.
So we are aware of a couple, Mark, if I can, we are aware of a couple of amendments to the HR 40 bill that was shared with us that will be introduced tonight. One would be the appropriation would be increased from $13 million to $20 million. I know that Sheila Jackson Lee and others felt that the $13 million was not enough for us to have the type of commission study and proposal process of working out these proposals that are necessary. And so that was increased. I also saw that 2 other commissioners were added. The Senate will also get to choose 3, as the House is able to choose 3 commissioners. So at first there was 1, and now it's 3 for the Senate on the Senate side. And so I know those amendments, and I believe the time frame of the commission has been extended to 18 months. It was a 12-year commission, and I believe that it will be extended to 18 months. And so those are the amendments that the Democrats in the judiciary wanted to proceed with in a bill that goes to the full House floor.
Panelists, feel free to help me as you look in either chat or the Q&A. Those of you who have questions, do us a favor. We prefer you put them in the Q&A so we'll know exactly what's the question as opposed to a comment. And I'm going to ask all the panelists and Sister Jam just kind of look at those as they come in, and we'll try to address some of them. I'm going to call on Dr. Daniels again for a minute, though, because something he and I were talking about on the phone, and I had some other conversations with people today, because, it's like, these white police don't care that there's a trial going on. They're going to kill some of us anyway. They just killed Dante. We just saw the video of what happened to the brother in Windsor, Virginia, the lieutenant. Donovan Lynch killed at the end of March in Virginia Beach. A story that has not blown up yet, but a brother died in custody in the Texas correctional system just for having some weed. They put a hood over his head and suffocated him. I mean, so this is happening. Dr. Daniels, I don't think we can say too much. Enough has not been said talk about reparations, first thing we think about is the period of enslavement. But this commission will also look at the vestiges of enslavement. And that is what has happened since enslavement and what is going on today with modern day lynchings, correct?
Absolutely. And let me just quickly say that it's interesting that the amendments that have been put forth are expansions, they're not contractions. And we just have to also salute Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. I mean, she has been absolutely on a mission, a warrior woman. She sees this as a part of her legacy. She always talks about Congressman Conyers and being mentored by him and owing him this moment. And she has just been relentless, laying out the concept of why we can't wait, which was picked up by Human Rights Watch and expanding that to over 400 organizations who've now signed on and whatever. So I just wanted to, and I know we all feel that way, but I just want to make sure that we give her a shout out for her courageous and visionary leadership. And yes, Reverend Mark, it is important because, around the country, around Evanston, some people said, well, this is not reparations because it's not about enslavement. But from the very beginning, even the initial bill that was written included, if I'm right, Reverend Joanne and others, the notion that it's about enslavement, but it's also about all of the derivative vestiges and what the 13th Amendment called the badges and indicia of slavery. And Reverend Watson laid some of those out, the Homestead Act, the GI Bill. I mean, our people were deprived systematically of benefits that went to white folks. I mean, this was not accidental, intentionally. Even Social Security in its early phases. FHA, which built the suburbs, the whole notion of a castle where your wealth is predicated. We did not have access to that. And certainly redlining and urban renewal, the Negro removal program of the 21st century, now gentrification. And of course, in terms of criminal injustice, I mean, from the slave patrols to this very moment, I mean, the vicious, constant state-supported lynching and killing of our people warrants reparations. So it is all of these crimes that have been committed that have to be healed. And so it's very important that all who are listening also be clear about that. And I guess the final thing I just want to say also is that when it comes to particularly these latter categories, we have people who are, making an issue of trying to find interesting ways to determine who and who should not get reparations. Well, when Amadou Diallo was slaughtered here in the city of New York, they did not ask him what his identity was. They didn't ask him, was he a descendant of the original, quote unquote. I mean, so I think that if you're moving into a community that's underdeveloped, that's suffering from redlining and certainly mass incarceration, as has been outlined in the New Jim Crow, then you're being victimized. You are a victim, and as such, you are eligible, if you will, for reparations. And finally, we take that position too because we are Pan-Africanists. Sister Nkechi talked about it. We come from a revolutionary Pan-Africanist position, and we are not about to back away from that in some kind of nativist retrograde way of trying to support these right-wing reactionaries who are lining up trying to divide us. So I just wanted to just drop that as a part of the conversation too.
Just to follow up on,
please, come on, yeah.
Just to follow up on that, Dr. Daniels and others, part of, you raised up Evanston. And so there became this whole argument around local reparations. If we go after local reparations, that could harm our justice claim for national reparations or harm HR 40. So would anybody like to speak to that and other forms of like misconceptions or misinformation that has been spread about the movement to make HR 40 law?
Well, I'll start quickly and I'll pass it to Cam, frankly. But I mean, first of all, we are proud that the National African American Reparations Commission certified Evanston and worked with another visionary, brilliant Alderwoman Robin Ruth Simmons to make this happen. We work with her to shape it and the definitions, the criteria and whatever. And if you go to the website, it still says the National African American Reparations Commission still endorses the Evanston Reparations Initiative. And Robin Ruth Simmons is, when her term is concluded, as people know, will be joining the National African American Reparations Commission as a commissioner. And there's no, and in fact, the case can be made, and I'm passing it to Cam because Cam has already made this argument extraordinarily well, that as opposed to weakening the struggle for federal reparations, it actually strengthens it. So I'll just pass it on to my captain.
Most definitely, Dr. Daniels, we believe that all the local reparations initiatives, not just Evanston, but Evanston has inspired around the country, definitely pushes the federal government into action. And we've had this, history of local actions pushing the federal government to respond to national interests of our community. The civil rights actions in the 1960s and 50s and 60s was the goal of the president and Congress to support and pass civil rights legislation, the Civil Rights Bill, the Voting Rights Act, the Fair Housing Act, those legislations that led Blacks to be entered into the middle class. All of that was a result of nonviolent civil disobedience happening in small towns, large cities, in the South, in the North, in the West, all around the country. And it was because of that action, we got this federal legislation. We're seeing the same thing with Evanston. Because what Evanston did and what they've inspired, it inspired federal legislators who had not spoken out on reparations to even sign on as a co-sponsor, to step forward and speak to this issue that yes, here in my city, here in my district, Blacks are also suffering from the exact same things. And now they've signed on HR 40, the federal legislation, to address it for us nationally. So we have a tremendous amount of historical examples of how local initiatives push federal initiatives. And the Evanston model, the Evanston initiative, is doing exactly that. And our Congresswoman, our national leader, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, has stated that emphatically. And we're witnessing that ourselves, being a part of working on the local level as well as the national level.
Yeah, and let me add something to that, Cam. I think there's been like unnecessary critique of Evanston, like as if, it really isn't reparations. It's like a housing bill and all of this stuff like that, which is really unnecessary. Thousands of years ago when I was like 5 or 6 years old and Brown versus Board was passed, you see, I remember as a little child people saying, well, it only, desegregated K through 12, it didn't deal with university. But like you just said, Cam, after a few years, we started seeing the University of Mississippi. And, who can forget, if you're that old, remember Wallace standing in front of the door of the University of Alabama. So we have to look at movements as happening in stages. And it's more dynamic than static. So I hope that the criticism of Evanston is just lessened because it's really unnecessary.
Well, go ahead, Nikisha, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say when COVID first started and when John Conyers first introduced the bill, that's what I consider the first wave. We were very much instrumental in getting local jurisdictions, cities to sign on in support of HR 40. They were signing on in support of the federal bill. That was 30 years ago. Now we've taken leaps forward. Robin Ruth Simmons is in the attendees now. I saw her name in there of the over 200 people that have signed on to this broadcast. She took it much further. She actually looked at a funding stream, earmarking tax revenue from the city's legal cannabis industry, poetic justice in and of itself, to fund reparations initiatives. And the first one was dealing with housing. That's only a drop in the bucket. Out of the $10 million earmark, that was only $400,000. So for people to say that that was the end all is absolutely and completely incorrect. We have Amalgamated Bank coming out in support of reparations. We have the Jesuits designating $100 million towards the crime against humanity with respect to the selling of the 272 enslaved people. We have the Virginia and Princeton theological seminaries. I mean, the Players Association of sports folk across leagues, Ben and Jerry's ice cream. I mean, corporations, industries, academic institutions, cities, states. The state of California has modeled a bill, passed a bill based on HR 40. So we will see more and more of this, and we will see more and more creative ideas, because the harm, I will end with this, the harm was so multifaceted. The remedies must be multifaceted as well.
Sure.
And amen. We've been joined by Professor Greg Carr of Howard University. We've also been joined by Alderperson Robin Rue Simmons from Evanston. So we'll give Robin a minute to get her camera on and get going, but let's go ahead and bring Dr. Greg Kamati Carr on. And Greg, this is informal. So I had raised a question because, it's no point in not dealing with this in a relative and current context. They, in spite of the international coverage of the George Floyd trial, Reverend Joanne, I have done more international television interviews in the past week than I ever have in my life. The BBC, the Times of London, Good Morning Britain, the whole world is watching this trial because the whole world is saying, wait a minute, we all saw the video like everybody else. We don't understand what's the issue. This should just be overnight. And we can't, Dr. Carr, talk about reparations and leave out the current context. So I raised the question about vestiges and how this legislation would deal with vestiges of enslavement and how important that is. The toll is still rising. So every day they don't do this and something else happens to another African American, it adds to the toll of injustices and traumas that are committed against us. Would you not agree, Dr. Carr? And welcome.
Well, no, brother. Thank you. First of all, thank you, brother Matsimela, and thank you, Jam. Thank you for everyone who organized this, and I'm glad to see everyone. I came in as our Jegna, Dr. Daniels was finishing up his statement. So, and I can imagine what you said, Dr. Winbush, Brother Ray, just given what you just responded to. I'll keep this very brief. Vestiges, the language is so critical. I've had the occasion to revisit Chancellor Williams. Man, I'm just all over the place tonight. I was in Chancellor Williams a couple of days ago. Carr G. Woodson, Miseducation of the Negro. And I went back to his 1918 book, A Century of Negro Migration, where Woodson says, this migration north has just started. So I can't really talk about that except to put it in the context of the last century of us moving. And so he goes through the debates on whether we should lead a country, the immigration debates. It's not one of his better known books. It's the second book he published after The Education of the Negro prior to 1861. But I'm bringing all that up to say this. In The Miseducation of the Negro, Woodson, after 40 something years of work in his late 50s, says, we missed the mark. We went off track. And how did that happen? We, at the moment, poised after the Civil War and during Reconstruction, of being able to frame what we needed for ourselves, surrendered too much of our agenda, what should have been developing as our agenda, to the needs of this country, who then slotted us into an educational system that serves its purpose. And so that now the Black elites aspire to whiteness. Oh, he's devastating. I mean, we all know that, but I would encourage, I'm saying to say this, Mark, the language is so important. I would say we should, at this point, surrender the word vestige. These are not vestiges. And some people use the word afterlives of enslavement. I'm not even sure that they're afterlives, because enslavement as a system never ended. Yes, de facto. I mean, yes, de jure enslavement. But I mean, Ray, you're making this point all the time, brother. And so when we start talking about reparations, think of the absurdity of demanding reparations from your utter enemy. Okay, so let's just surrender that as an absurd, because what is really happening finally is, and I'm glad, I heard the whole conversation. I can't wait to, to again, hear this whole conversation from Sister Simmons about what's going on in Evanston. I agree. It's going to be local, national. There is no country called the United States as a national concept. this notion of reparations is being tied to an entity that doesn't exist except as a nation state in a structural war for people trying to avoid last place in it. So the international shock that there's a trial, brother, if you're in the United States and understand white supremacy, then you understand that the defense in that courtroom in Minneapolis is got one objective. I need one person on that jury, one white person to say, in the words of Sylvia Wynter, there were no humans involved. And in other words, my job on this jury is to defend whiteness. So everybody thinking logically, if you don't understand, there is nothing called the United States. There's a white supremacist settler project whose job is to extend itself. Now, how does that relate to reparations? I done watched all day 1333 getting marked up, waiting on HR 40. And I'm glad I did, because hillbillies like Jim Jordan, I forgot Daryl Isaac was still in the damn legislature. They are defending whiteness to the last dog dies on the question of immigration. So when they turn to HR 40 later tonight, their objective is to defend whiteness. And so our agenda must never be to put all of our eggs in the basket of an appeal to something called the United States as a national project. Our strategy should be to dismantle this with the reparations demand from the local level, from wherever we can, and whatever blows we can. And as that momentum mounts, if the thing wants to continue, it will have to surrender, whether it be through the federal legislature, whether it be if they can't get the 60 votes in the Senate, Biden appointing a commission, which I suspect some of our people who want to go left have already been in the ear of the executive branch trying to get some other kind of alternative policy thing going. Never underestimate Negroes who never fought, but when they look like gonna be a victory, jump in the front of the line and start whispering. That is a very real threat. But I'm saying ultimately there are going to be concessions, because the criminal enterprise called United States is not going to be able to sustain itself much longer without concessions. And so we need to be preparing for that. And that should be our framework for the pushing through tactically, even if HR 40 doesn't pass, and we're going to claim that it is going to pass at some point.
All right, we're joined. Thank you, Dr. Carr. Evanston came up, and so we do well now to hear from the Evanston alderman who helped to see that legislation through and give us a glimpse of it. We've been talking about vestiges, obviously. Can I say something first, though, just to understand something? People, Dr. Winbush and Dr. Daniels, who argue what is and what isn't reparations, and then argue that it's only one thing and should only encompass one check. I want y'all to think about something for a minute. People got their rescue checks. That money's gone as soon as you got it. In an economy like this, that's what happens. So you give all of us a check. In an economy like this, people losing jobs, nothing happening, we got to spend that money right away. That's not the establishment of repair and recovery of generational wealth. So it can't just be a doggone check by itself. Any so-called Black person, this is just me talking, I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking on behalf of these other organizations. I don't want to get nobody else in trouble. But listen, any Black person or person pretending to be Black, because you can't tell who some of these trolls are on social media, whether they're Black or not. Think about this. I want y'all to ask a question. Why would you listen to any so-called person, Black person otherwise, who wants to minimize what we're owed? Think about that. We only want people that can prove they have direct descendant from a slave to get a check. As much as we've done for this country and continue to do, doesn't that kind of raise a red flag that a Black person is talking about? We shouldn't be giving as much. We shouldn't be as expansive as we ought to be, and deal with vestiges and deal with institutional and generational wealth. You ought to ask yourselves that. Why would anybody say that unless they were acting out some other agenda? I'm just going to put that out there. Why? They didn't ask Amadou Diallo. Dr. Daniels is right. That we need reparations for what just has happened in the past week with Brother Dante. And it's going to happen again before this bill is passed. People need to understand that's going to continue to happen. So when we look at Evanston, And the people saying, well, did that deal with slavery? No, vestiges flow from slavery. Everything that we are seeing today that is ongoing is one of the wicked and evil offspring of the original system of enslavement. All right, I'm through. Robin Rue Simmons, I apologize, y'all. Alderman Simmons, God bless you.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Happy to be here. I was here tonight as a student. Really grateful to be embraced in the movement and play my part. Understanding from one of my mentors in Evanston, Judge Lionel Jean-Baptiste, that the work is cumulative, that I'm only able to lead today because of the work of so many that come before me. So like I've heard before, I'm just grateful to be in the room and to do my part in Evanston. What we've done is important. It is in fact reparations, and we've been getting beat up. It's not reparations. It's not what it is. In fact, is reparations as the city of Evanston owes its Black community. It is the egregious acts from the city of Evanston. It is not to compete with HR 40. It is not to replace it. It's not even a chattel enslavement reparations. It is, however, a reparation for anti-Blackness. It is for documented, verifiable, measured theft of the Black community. And it is in the way to repair that harm. We have a lot of work to do. And we understand we're doing it in full support of HR 40, which we supported in 2002 under the leadership of Judge Lionel Jean-Baptiste. And we will continue to support it while we continue to do our work in Evanston, understanding that it's incremental, but understanding that we need to move forward in the urgency of now, because reparations are overdue at a local level, in Congress and institutions. There are many institutional accomplices that should be joining us and not critiquing what we're doing in Evanston. And to the intellectuals that say it's not reparations, it's incredibly short-sighted that I have to conclude that it's intentionally misleading, because it's obviously reparations. But thank you. I'm very happy to be here.
I believe they're starting to talk about the bill. Let me try to bring this up so we can see it and we can hear it. Yeah, let's see if we can do that. We can do that right now. Let me see here. Just need to get the sound up, y'all. Bear with me. I got too many. I got the chat open and the Q&A. All right. Here we go.
Democrats on the Judiciary Committee are doing. Oh, and they won't answer the question. You got a news reporter, the DC bureau chief, reporting that they would now want to expand the Supreme Court. They won't answer that question. Oh, and all the while we got a crisis on the border. Such a deal.
So what we were seeing, I don't know if I can be heard. What we were seeing earlier was that there were amendments brought up, and there were amendments to the amendments.
But
and
this
the
is not,
Republican practice today has been
not
to
what we want to be passing. And I do want to
suggest
get an answer
amendment after amendment after amendment after amendment,
if the
and to
chairman of the
hold
House Judiciary
roll
Committee
call
is going to
votes
be
each of
sponsoring
those
legislation
amendments,
to
even though
expand the
they
Supreme
knew
Court to
they did
13
not have
members.
votes
That's
to
something the American
hand,
people
and
would like to
every
know
vote
as being
would be
as is
voted
being
on a partisan
reported
level.
by the
So
head
there
of
was
the
no need to have a
DC
roll
bureau
call
chief
vote
for the Intercept. With
on
that, I
each
yield back.
amendment, and that has also been a delay tactic.
And I recognize the
And
ranking
now they're
member
going to something else, arguing something else that is not even germane to
I
this
recognize
commission,
the
to this
chair of the
subcommittee.
Subcommittee on the Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say that I strongly support H.R. 40. I've been a sponsor of this legislation since I came to Congress in 2007. It was originally sponsored in 1989 by the distinguished former chairman of this committee, Mr. John Conyers, whose picture is on the wall here, an outstanding congressperson and an outstanding chairman. And I hope that this committee will report this out favorably to the full House. The enslavement of people of African ancestry in America was a crime against humanity, the impacts of which we as a society continue to grapple with today, in everything from racially unequal economic opportunities to disparate health outcomes to the plague of unjustified police violence against Black Americans. Slavery was this country's original sin. Our Constitution protected it, embodying various compromises that gave disproportionate power to slave states. The 3/5 clause counted a slave as 3/5 of a person for population counts, which in turn gave disproportionate representation to slave states in the House of Representatives. Otherwise, they were considered as property. They were only considered as persons to give their slave-holding states, political organizations, and teams more power. The Constitution also created an electoral college, a system of electing the President of the United States that gave slave states another avenue to exercise disproportionate influence over national affairs, and only by counting African Americans in some way other than as property to give the slave master and his power structure in that state additional powers over our federal government. It is only fitting then that in the midst of a continuing reckoning over police mistreatment of Black people, a continuing assault on the voting rights of Black citizens, and a pandemic that has disproportionately impacted Black Americans, we should be holding this historic markup of H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act. It is a study to tell us what they propose. We don't know the answer. H.R. 40 would create this commission to study the history of slavery in America, the role of the federal and state governments in supporting slavery and racial discrimination, other forms of discrimination against the descendants of slaves, and the lingering effects of slavery on African Americans. The commission will also make recommendations as to appropriate ways to educate the American public about its findings and appropriate remedies in light of its findings. I applaud Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, the current lead sponsor of this legislation, for her leadership on this bill, and I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor. I also was proud to chair 2 hearings on H.R. 40 before the Subcommittee on the Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties. I commend Chairman Nadler, another longtime sponsor of this bill, for holding this first ever markup of H.R. 40. But the greatest credit for H.R. 40 belongs to our former colleague and former chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, my friend and mentor, the late John Conyers, Jr. He first introduced this legislation over 30 years ago and reintroduced it in every Congress until his retirement. And for those who may not know, the reason it's H.R. 40 is because John Conyers chose that number. Because Republicans promised 40 acres and a mule to the freedmen. The party of Lincoln said, we will give you 40 acres and a mule. General Sherman, that was a promise, and it would have been fulfilled, and African Americans would have had to step up and had an opportunity not to have the economic deprivations they've had over the years, but for John Wilkes Booth, the assassination of President Lincoln, and Andrew Johnson coming president. An honest reckoning with the federal government's role in protecting the institute of slavery has been a leading priority of my congressional career. In 2007, less than 2 months into my tenure, I introduced H.Res. 194, an apology by the House of Representatives for its role in perpetuating both slavery and its noxious offspring, Jim Crow. The House ultimately passed this resolution by a voice vote, and again, I give credit to Mr. Conyers for bringing it to the floor. As I noted in my resolution, it was not just slavery itself that was wrong, but it was also, quote, the visceral racism against persons of African descent upon which, unquote, American slavery depended, a racism that went on to become, quote, entrenched in the nation's social fabric. This is an evil that we must continue to confront today as our nation still struggles with the legacy of the anti-Black racism that undergirded slavery and Jim Crow. We see this in statistics that paint a bleak picture. According to the Census Bureau, 18.8% of Black Americans live in poverty in 2019, compared to 7.3% of non-Hispanic whites who live in poverty. The Washington Post reported last year that in 2016, the net worth of Black households was $13,024, which was 10% of the $149,703 net worth of non-Hispanic white households. Limited access to wealth-building resources and opportunities have led to this stark disparity. For instance, Black Americans continue to face discrimination in the workplace. They also have limited access to educational opportunities. According to the National Education Association, the high school graduation rates for Blacks was 67% compared to a nationwide average of 81%. They also continue to face racial segregation in housing, discrimination in the availability of quality health care services, health deserts, and in most other major facets of life. Health deserts, food deserts are common in almost every predominant Black neighborhood in our country. The COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated the effects of these structural racial disparities. Enacting H.R. 40 will be an important step in finding effective long-term solutions to these problems, ones that can trace their origins to our nation's shameful history of slavery and anti-Black racism. As Professor Charles Ogletree of Harvard Law School noted, and he spoke to a committee of this committee years ago, the concept of reparations does not necessarily mean payments to individuals, but rather a focus on the poorest of the poor, including efforts to address comprehensively the problems of those who have not substantially benefited from integration or affirmative action. Once again, I commend the chairman, the sponsor, all members who are co-sponsors, and President Lincoln and General Sherman. And I urge the party of Lincoln to rise up to the calls of President Lincoln and General Sherman to do right. I urge the committee to support H.R. 40 and to report it favorably to the House. I yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 40 offered by Mr. Nadler. Strike all that follows after the
Without
enactment.
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will recognize myself to explain the amendment. H.R. 40 was first introduced by former Chairman John Conyers more than 40 years ago. That's the nature of the amendment. More than 30 years ago in 1989. Since its initial introduction, it has only been amended once to reflect advances in historical research around the topic of chattel slavery and legal developments on the issue of reparations. This amendment in the nature of a substitute further amends the findings and purposes of H.R. 40 for the same reasons and provides technical amendments to the sections establishing the commission to conform it with more recent legislation that similarly has created legislatively based commissions. The underlying goals of the legislation remain unchanged, and I urge all members to support the amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very pleased to be able to speak in support of my legislation, H.R. 40, which I introduced, that establishes a commission to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans, and as well pay acknowledgement and tribute to the Honorable John Conyers, who introduced this legislation in 1989 and entrusted its continuation to me as he retired. I took that challenge seriously, and here we are today, marking up for the first time in the history of the United States of America any legislation that deals directly with the years and centuries of slavery of African American people who are now the descendants of those Africans. I want to thank my colleagues for their persistence and joining me in this legislation, both Mr. Nadler, Mr. Cohen, and all of my colleagues who are here today. To my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, thank you for understanding the pain in which this body of people have experienced. And I ask my friends on the other side of the aisle, do not cancel us tonight. Do not ignore the pain, the history, and the reasonableness of this commission. This is a governmental commission, a commission that establishes the parameters of a study that provide the roadmap for the truth of the brutality and the onerous and terrible burden placed on African Americans and this nation by slavery. I hold in my hand the Constitution, which did not hold us as a whole person in its founding, even though we know that the opening statements in this Constitution says, we ask and expect to create a more perfect union. H.R. 40 is to answer that question of perfection. It's to answer General Sherman's point about 40 acres and a mule. It is to answer the imploding of the Reconstruction that fell on the backs of our ancestors through Jim Crowism and segregation and brutality. It is to answer the question of now some 4,000 of lynchings that occurred, with the predominant number of them, as we will discuss throughout this process, that were African Americans. It will discuss the Social Security legislation by Franklin Delano Roosevelt that for 2 decades, African Americans were not able to participate in large numbers, or redlining that undermined creating wealth, which of course evidences the fact that the wealth gap between white Americans and African Americans is as enormous today as it was in the 1960s. The terror of white violence against African Americans continued well into the 20th century, with historians marking the 1981 Ku Klux Klan lynching of a 19-year-old Michael Donald, innocent, in Mobile, Alabama, as a purported final lynching in America. It was supposed to end an era of horror. But look where we are today. A lieutenant in the United States Army brutalized because of the color of his skin, for it seems no other explanation. A young man lost his life just recently in Minneapolis, and the George Floyd trial proceeding in Minnesota as well. Where are we today? Harvard University study indicated that if reparations had been in place before COVID-19, peer review, that there would not have been the numbers of African Americans who got sick, who got infected, and died from COVID-19. Though critics have argued that the idea of reparations is unworkable politically or financially, their focus on money misses the point. The goal of this historical commission and its investigations to bring American society to the new reckoning with how our past affects the current conditions of African Americans, and to make America a better place to help and truly study the disadvantaged. Consequently, the reparations movement does not focus only on payments, but it focuses on remedies that can be created in many forms necessary to equitably address the many kinds of injuries sustained from the chattel slavery and its continuing vestiges. To merely focus on finance is an empty gesture. We're asking for people to understand the pain, the violence, the brutality, the chattelness of what we went through. And of course, we're asking for harmony, reconciliation, reason to come together as Americans. I always believe if you understand, you can act. We want to act today by passing H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Owens seek recognition?
Ask to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Let's start off real quickly, kind of getting this record straight. Yeah, the 40 acres a mule was a promise by the Republican Party. Promises kept until President Lincoln was killed. And then a Democratic president took over, Andrew Johnson. First thing he did is went down and took away the guns of the blacks who were given this property throughout South Carolina, Florida, and Georgia. And then they came back and took away their property. The KKK, Democrats. Jim Crow, Democrats. And guess what? The KKK was actually eliminated in 1985, and until Woodrow Wilson, Democratic president, decided to bring it back with Birth of the Nation that he showed in the White House. And a few years later, it was Democrats who burned Wall Street down, Democratic KKK. Slavery was and still is an
coverage of the HR
883 years of history in our nation,
This is
or the prior
Uncle Tom
3,000
Burgess Owens
years of
speaking
history,
right now.
or the presence today around the world. Reparation is divisive. It speaks to the fact that we are a hapless, hopeless race that never did anything but wait for white people to show up and help us. And it's a falsehood. It's demeaning my parents' generation, that one of the greatest generations in the history of our country. We have a history of millions of middle class and wealthy Black Americans throughout our 20th century who achieved their dreams. Instead of a theory, I'd like to share the reality of a race whose history of success in America has been stolen, and what we can do to repay that damage. I grew up in the Deep South, Tallahassee, in the 50s and 60s, where we believed in commanding respect, not begging or asking for it. We did that by meritocracy, by winning, not just in sports and entertainment, but in every discipline: math, science, exploration, innovation, farming, enterprise. We had a reputation, as the Asian community today has a reputation of winning respect. That was the Black community back in the 60s. We led our country in the growth of the middle class, led our country in men matriculating from college, led our country in men matriculating from college, from men committed to marriage over 70%, and percentage of entrepreneurs over 40%. That 40% equated to 50%, 50 to 60% of Black Americans across our country, from New York to Tallahassee to Texas to California, part of the middle class. I grew up in that middle class in the 50s. And believe me, they were not sitting back waiting for white people to give them a break. They were making it. I remember Perkins Service Station, Speed Grocery Store, Baker's Pharmacy, FAMU Hospital, where only Black doctors and nurses worked. We were taught about pride in our country, pride in our race. We were taught about Christus Addis. In the Revolutionary War, the Tuskegee Airmen, and over 100,000 Black men who fought the wars against the godless ideology of Marxism and socialism and communism. Those same ideologies now thriving in our educational institutions. We were taught to recognize and appreciate progress. In 1973, entered the NFL, no Black quarterbacks, middle linebackers, free safety, because those are white thinking positions. 40 years later, we're now electing a president of the United States as a Black man, vice president of the United States, a Black woman. And we say there's no progress. Only those who say there's no progress, those who do not want progress. The greatest gift that we had with President Obama, with our American people saying, finally, we can close this chapter. Finally, we can move forward. And what have we done since? That has divided us even more, with critical race theory being introduced around the same time. We have a community now that lives the American dream, look around this room and see the middle class that we have developed and more. And yet we tell those who are striving to get where we are that they can't because white people won't let them. That to me is treacherous, it's traitors. For us to tell others who want the American dream that they can't achieve it because other people with a white skin won't let them do that. If you want to repay the Black American community, give us back our history. It was Karl Marx who said, the first battleground is rewriting of history. And that's exactly what's been happening. You take away our history, you take away pride in our past, appreciation for our present, and a vision for our future. And that's what you're seeing in Chicago, Baltimore, Ferguson. Every place Democrats oversee a Black community is misery. And we're gonna blame white people? How about an ideology? How about we take ownership? Educate our young people again. Give them jobs opportunities again. Tell them that the way to get in this country is through free market. Allow them to take away the regulations, allow them to run their own businesses. Don't burn down their businesses every year because a white police shoots a Black person. When you have Black people, 93% of the thousands of Black people being killed are by other Black people. Crime is a true issue. And with that being said, we are not a hapless, hopeless race. We're just like everybody else. Give us a break and we'll make it happen. Stand back and you see how great our nation, our community truly is. Give us an opportunity. We get that done, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Uncle Tom Burgess Owens testifying. Continuing live coverage of the HR 40.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I fully support HI 40, and I would point out that this study does not go far enough. America is a great nation with strong democratic institutions, free enterprise, and strong civil rights and religious freedoms. Yet we as a nation have lived through some very dark times. HR 40 addresses one of these dark moments, which is slavery. This bill is about making our nation a greater place for all to live. I would also draw your attention to another dark time in our history, the repatriation of the so-called Mexicans during the Great Depression or the 1930s. During the Great Depression, individuals that appeared to be Mexican citizens were rounded up, put in railroad cars, and deported. And among them, many, many US-born citizens. And this is a personal issue for me. My father, my aunts, uncles, all US-born citizens grew up in Mexico. They were repatriated to a nation that was not their own. And ladies and gentlemen, history has a way of repeating itself. Today, about 1 million American-born citizens, children, are growing up in Mexico. Again, another side effect of our mass deportations. And it is important that we step back and look at our immigration policies holistically. And it is critical that we address immigration policy and immigration reform in the context of justice and due process for all Americans. Again, Mr. Chairman, I support H.I. 40, and I hope that other studies are undertaken to remind us of these types of historical injustices so that we may address them and not have to repeat them. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Let me strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, first, I would very much like to associate myself with the gentleman from Utah and his fine words that he shared with the committee. And I would offer that I think this is the wrong path for the future of our nation. Chief Justice Roberts, I don't always agree with, just for the record, I think put it very well in one of the Voting Rights Act cases from around 2005 when he said, quote, "This divvying us up by race is a sordid business," end quote. I think he is right. And I think that is the problem here. And I think this is not the direction we want to carry our country forward. One of my heroes that I grew up learning economics from, unfortunately passed away last year, Walter Williams. And I learned a lot reading Walter Williams. I unfortunately never took his class. He taught at George Mason. I went to the University of Virginia. But Professor Williams has written a lot on this issue extensively. He shaped some of my views on this issue. I take great deference in trying to listen to Black Americans on this subject and people who've experienced things I haven't experienced. But as Professor Williams discussed, and here I'm just quote an article he wrote about this a few years ago, he noted, quote, "Slavery," and it's all a quote from him, "Slavery was a gross violation of human rights. Justice would demand that slave owners make compensatory reparation payments to slaves. Since both slaves and slave owners are no longer with us, compensation is beyond our reach. Absent from the reparations debate is who pays. Don't say the government, because the government doesn't have any money that it doesn't first take from some American. So which Americans owe Black people what? Reparations advocates don't want that question asked, but let's you and I ask it. Are the millions of Europeans, Asians, and Latin Americans who immigrated to the United States in the 20th century responsible for slavery, and should they be forced to cough up reparations money? What about descendants of Northern whites who fought and died in the name of freeing slaves? Should they cough up reparations money for Black Americans? What about non-slave owning Southern whites? On Black people's side of the ledger, thorny issues also arise. Some Blacks purchased other Blacks as a means to free family members, but other Blacks owned slaves for the same reason whites owned slaves, to work farms or plantations. Are descendants of these Blacks eligible, deserving of reparations? There's no way that Europeans could have captured millions of Africans. They had African and Arab help. Should we haul representatives of Ghana, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, and Muslim states before Congress and demand they pay reparations? By the way, is there anyone prepared to make the argument that Blacks in America today would be better off? Reparations advocates make the foolish, unchallenged pronouncement that the United States became rich on the backs of free Black labor. That's nonsense. Slavery doesn't have a very good record of producing wealth. Think about it. Slavery was all over the South and outlawed in most of the North. Buying into the reparations nonsense, the antebellum South was rich and the slave-starved North was poor. But the truth is just the opposite. In fact, the poorest states in the regions of our country were places where slavery flourished. The reparations movement would do little more than an amusing sideshow were it not for the damage it can do to Blacks. It misallocates time and resources that could be more fruitfully spent elsewhere. And he goes on to talk about the $22 trillion that have been spent in LBJ's so-called Great Society and the utter failure that has been the result of that money spent since the 1960s. We have utterly destroyed Black families. We have utterly ripped fathers and people that children should be able to look up to in their families from the homes of Black families in the name of government paternalism. And that, I'm afraid, is where this kind of legislation takes us. It takes us away from the important dream of judging people by the content of their character and not the color of their skin. It takes us away from the dream that we are supposed to realize as Americans and the greatness that this country realized in taking a nation that laid out the principles in 1776, in 1787, in 1789, and in a mere 80 years, in the context of the history of mankind, reversed the horrors of slavery through the Emancipation Proclamation and through the blood of Americans who then fought and died for the premise that we should recognize the reality that all men are created equal. That is, I think, the danger of going down this road. And I would very much caution against going down this road of even a commission, much less where that might take us beyond that. And with that, I would yield back.
We just heard another member of Congress and ignorant white devil. We are continuing live coverage of the HR 40 markup.
Oh, Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank you specifically, the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee from the great state of Texas, for your longtime leadership on this legislation. You know what? I hope everybody understands that this legislation is about understanding the full extent of our history, our policies, our laws that have consistently failed African Americans. We have to take a look at that. We have to reckon with it because if we don't, we will never move beyond it. Hasn't this year taught us that? Our nation's history of racism extends well beyond slavery and Black codes and Jim Crow, segregation, the horrors of our lynching history. It extends into our structures and to the systems that continue to perpetuate inequalities today. We see it even today. I acknowledge these terrible wrongs in our history and the shameful role our federal government has played in these wrongs. We must, with recognition, continue to figure out and study and understand what the injuries are and to find remedies. That is our lot, that is our burden. Studying remedies to this history is what HR 40 is all about, and the shameful role our federal government played in these wrongs. As Congresswoman Jackson Lee says, this is not a symbolic act. It is a path to restorative justice. You know, my faith guides me in aspects of my work, and all of us have a moral responsibility to fix the brokenness of slavery, to fix the racist policies that have followed. We have an opportunity here to set a new course for our nation, to finally meet the promise of our nation's founding. I remember, as Reverend Eugene Taylor Sutton, the Episcopal Bishop of Maryland, said when he appeared before us in 2019, he said, and I quote, "We are not yet fully the beloved community that God intends for us to be," end quote. The study and the development of reparations proposals could reveal remorse, atonement, reconciliation for our nation's original sin, and bring us closer to a more equitable society. As I said in the beginning, it most importantly might bring us understanding. This study and its subsequent actions is long overdue for Black Americans, but really not just for Black Americans, it's for all Americans. I'll end on the notion of a woman that I just revere, the story and the life of Sojourner Truth. She renamed herself as a freed woman, Sojourner Truth, a traveler for the truth. And it was she who lobbied presidents and senators and members of Congress for some sense of remorse and reparation. Let us learn from her journey and her story and her famous speeches, "Ain't I a Woman," among them. Sojourner Truth, a traveler for the truth, taught us long ago that we must face our history in order to be healed from it. And with that, I thank you, Madam Chair, for all your work, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, Madam Dean, would you yield your time to me?
I would love to yield to you.
Thank you. Let me thank you for that gracious and graceful acknowledgement of your faith in what we're really here to do. And I do want to just quickly say that each of us in this room have personal experiences. As we do this legislation, each of us will take pains not to personalize whether or not we are successful, our families are successful. That is the basis of this commission, to be able to look globally at the issue of slavery as the original sin and the brutality of it, and to then take the journey that looks at the stark disparities in the African-American community. I hope in this moment that we will not take the opportunity to point blame or to cast any actions of racism as one party or the other. It was America's sin, and that's what we hope to address. Just factually, let me acknowledge that Congress passed and President Lincoln signed a bill that paid reparations to the owners of slaves in the District of Columbia. We're not going down a pathway that has never been traveled before. I started out by saying, let us not cancel each other tonight. Let us not have a cancel culture, but an open-mindedness. I also want to acknowledge my friend and colleague again as I yield, and that is the Honorable Barbara Lee. Her legislation, HCON Res 19, complements this work of restoration. With that, I want to recognize Mr. Shabbat for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This country's history relative to slavery and the subsequent legalized discrimination, Jim Crow, was antithetical to America's founding ideals that all men are created equal and are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable or unalienable rights. As we have been reminded over the last year or so, much work remains to be done to improve race relations in this country, including between the government and the people it's intended to serve. Unfortunately, this legislation would only set those efforts back. No one alive today is responsible for the harms inflicted by slavery in the United States, a practice that ended over 150 years ago. Further, as a nation of immigrants, our population has exploded since the barbaric practice of slavery was ended. Our population at the outset of the Civil War was just over 31 million, and it must be noted that a very large portion of those individuals did not own slaves. 30 years later, as immigration into the U.S. began to surge, our population had more than doubled. And 30 years after that, in 1920, the population stood at over 106 million, more than 3 times what it was 60 years earlier when slavery ended. While immigration has ebbed and flowed since the early 20th century, there has been a steady influx of immigrants into our country ever since, and we've discussed a lot of that today. Most of it legal, but obviously a significant portion has been illegal. But nonetheless, today our population, the official population, stands at over 330 million people. And I would again remind folks that there were around 10% of that back when slavery ended. Consequently, there's a massive portion of our population of every race and ethnicity whose ancestors never set foot in this country while slavery was legal. Forcing those whose ancestors immigrated to the United States after the abolition of slavery, or who worked to end slavery, or who died during the Civil War trying to end that practice, it's just fundamentally illiberal and unjust. Quite simply, no one should be forced to pay compensation for what they have not done. And that's what slavery reparations would do. Paying reparations would amount to taking money from people who never owned slaves to compensate those who were never enslaved, imputing the guilt of those who owned slaves or who aided and benefited from the institution of slavery to every non-African American in the United States would harm the country in many ways. Instead, we should be looking at improving the fortunes of all Americans, especially those in economically disadvantaged circumstances. We could start by making
sure that all of our nation's schools, for example, are opened safely, but opened. And I would conclude by just noting, and I know that the chairman is not here right now. We obviously have an acting chairman here, but the chairman was asked by our ranking member a little while ago whether it was accurate or not that he was going to be introducing legislation along with some other folks relative to the Supreme Court, packing the Supreme Court. And I think the American people have a right to know if that's being considered. We know that last Friday, we're talking about a commission here. We know last Friday another commission was announced by President Biden, putting together this commission on the Supreme Court. Another Democrat tried to do this almost 100 years ago, FDR, and even as popular as he was unable to do that. But the Democrats today are apparently so drunk with power here in Washington that they're going to give it another try. And I think that's really unfortunate. I think it could tear this country apart as well, just like this.
Will the gentleman yield? I can answer your question about packing the court.
Power.
I don't really, I've only got 30 seconds left.
Okay.
Go ahead, real quick.
Yeah, I mean, the party that packed the court are the Republicans who jammed through nominees and refused to consider Merrick Garland.
Yeah,
so if anyone's packed the court, it's been the Republicans.
Reclaiming my time. I'm shocked that you would make that accusation. It's packing the court as clear as the day. It would be bad for the country. It would be bad for the court. I hope you don't decide to go ahead with it, but you just might. And I think we got a right to know whether you're actually going to do it or not. And that was a simple question that was asked. We think you ought to answer it, but apparently you're afraid to tell us.
The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The institution of slavery is America's greatest sin. The enslavement of more than 4 million human beings between 1619 and 1865 nearly destroyed our nation, and its impact continues to be felt to this day. These effects remain because slavery and discrimination were enshrined in our founding documents, in the courts, and in our elected leadership. The Constitution of the United States, which established and guided our democratic system of government, counted African slaves held in bondage as only 3/5 of a human being. The Supreme Court furthered this dehumanization in Dred Scott versus Sanford, which declared the protections of the Constitution did not apply to African Americans, regardless of whether they were enslaved or free. At least 12 of the first 18 presidents of the United States owned slaves at some period in their lives. It took civil war and the near destruction of the United States to end the practice of slavery, but even that did not bring full freedom to those who were enslaved. For decades thereafter, African Americans endured forced segregation, racial violence, and denial of voting rights, and some of that continues today. Throughout the 20th century, federal government programs that helped build the middle class purposely excluded African Americans, further institutionalizing segregation and discrimination. In 1934, the Federal Housing Administration was established under the New Deal to create housing opportunities for middle and middle class families. The agency, however, refused to insure mortgages in black neighborhoods, a practice known as redlining, for the color codes used on maps to indicate areas it was, quote, safe to insure mortgages. The FHA also subsidized the construction of white neighborhoods and required that the homes that were built not be sold to black families. During World War II, many African Americans joined the military with the belief that their service would be honored when they returned home from fighting for their country. The GI Bill was transformative in providing tuition assistance, job training, and unemployment benefits to service members returning home from Europe and the Pacific, and it played a significant role in building the middle class in post-war America. The law was drafted, however, in a manner which allowed states to control the distribution of veterans' benefits, resulting in black veterans in segregated cities and states being denied the benefits of the GI Bill. Unemployment benefits were provided on the GI Bill for returning service members searching for new jobs at home. African Americans who had learned advanced job skills in the military were often only offered low-wage, low-skilled jobs when they returned home. When these highly skilled workers refused these low-wage jobs, they were denied unemployment benefits for refusing the only jobs offered to them. When the interstate highway system was built in the 1950s, it connected the country and revolutionized the nation's economy, similar to the railroad system in the 19th century. Many of the highways, however, were built in the middle of black neighborhoods, with many black-owned homes being taken over by the government through eminent domain. And in addition, Black communities were often further segregated when highways were built along racial zoning lines, creating physical barriers between white and Black neighborhoods. A fuller right of American citizenship only came after decades of struggle by those who carried on the civil rights movement and risked their own safety in search of an end to racial discrimination. And we should recall our beloved late colleague, John Lewis. Despite this, our country still lives with the lingering effects of slavery and official racism that has harmed African Americans. Since the 1960s, the wealth gap between Black and white households has more than doubled. According to the Washington Post, the most recent data available shows that it would take the combined net worth of more than 11 Black households to equal the net worth of one average white American household. Last year, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention released a study that showed infant mortality rates in the US had broadly declined, but they remained twice as high for Black infants as they did for white infants. In our education system, school districts that serve predominantly Black and brown populations receive nearly $23 billion less in funding than predominantly white school districts. These disparities will never be fully addressed until we're able to acknowledge the great historic wrong committed against African Americans. H.R. 40 provides acknowledgement that a grave sin was committed against Black Americans, a stain on the soul of America. This commission will be empowered to recommend ways in which we as a nation can address these wrongs and ultimately make amends for them. This can include a number of different approaches, such as community investments, improving delivery of healthcare, and strengthening housing and educational opportunities. I want to acknowledge the great work on this legislation by our colleagues on this committee, particularly Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee for her leadership. And I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of the commission to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans Act. I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill, to help our country heal and do what is right. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Goldman, is recognized for an amendment.
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 40 offered by Mr. Gomer of Texas. On page 9, after line 23, insert the following and
The amendment will be considered as read.
Well,
Gentleman is recognized.
Be read. I'd ask that it be read. I object to the waiving of the reading.
Gentleman objects. The amendment should be read.
On page 9, after line 23, insert the following and redesignate all that follows accordingly. G, when the Democratic Party should be responsible for any compensation awarded, since it is the only relevant entity in existence today that supported the institution of slavery. This support includes, but is not limited to, the following actions: Democratic Party platforms in the 1800s that advocated for the institution of slavery, the Democratic Party leading a 75-day calendar filibuster against the 1964 Civil Rights Act, a member of the Democratic Party, Senator Robert Byrd from West Virginia, a known recruiter for the Ku Klux Klan, leading fellow Democrats in their opposition to civil rights for African Americans, Democrat enactment and enforcement of Jim Crow laws and civil codes that forced segregation and restricted freedoms of Black Americans in the United States.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. During my time on the felony bench, one of the saddest things that I would ever see would be the effects of the sins of parents upon children. Countless times at the end of a trial, or a sentencing, I would have the child come up and make sure they understood this was not your fault. You should have no guilt feel. This is not your fault. The most quoted book in the House and Senate during the entire history of Congress has been the Bible. And one of the things I love about it is the effort to avoid punishing children for the sins of their parents. And yet this is what this appears to do. We've already seen the results, as my friends have already indicated, of Democratic parties or policies like in New York City, Detroit, Chicago, San Francisco, they got an awful lot of bailout money. We've seen the damage that's been done, and we don't need to do more damage. We're about $29 trillion in debt. We don't have the money to be paying reparations. So if there is an award of reparations to people that were not slaves by people who had no slaves, then it will be grandchildren from now that will be punished and have to pay that price. But the truth is, at the rate that we're going, the degrading, the downgrading of our credit worthiness during the Obama administration by Standard & Poor's will start happening by others, because we will have shown ourselves to have been untrustworthy when it comes to spending. We could not control it. I've seen the documents where my great-grandfather signed when he came from Europe in 1870. I know there was horrendous wrongs done. Slavery is wrong. It's wrong for the 40 million or so that are being held in slavery right now. But if we look at the history, the Republican Party was against slavery. The Democratic Party platform of 1840, 44, 48, 52, 56 supported slavery. And in fact, the Fugitive Slave Law of 1850 that required law enforcement officers to arrest potential slaves just on the word of one person is outrageous. And yet that was supported in the Democratic Party platform. The Virginia 1902 Constitution was engineered by Carter Glass, who was a U.S. representative and senator, even Secretary of Treasury under Woodrow Wilson. He exclaimed, discrimination, why, that's precisely what we propose. In 1912, Democrat President Woodrow Wilson's administration began a racial segregation policy for U.S. government employees. And that was also followed up by Democrat President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He also, according to the American Journal of Public Health, prior to his presidency, Roosevelt not only banned blacks from receiving treatment at his polio facility in Warm Springs, but he required black staff to live in a basement of the facility. In 1964, the Democratic Party led 75 calendar day filibuster against the '64 Civil Rights Act. And there were 96 House members, Democrats, that voted against it. And that goes on. And I know some say, yeah, but then the racists in the Democratic Party switched parties. One did, Strom Thurmond, but if you go back and check, there may have been 3 House members that changed parties, but the 96 House members that voted against it, the senators that voted against it and fought against it, including Robert Byrd, most of them did not change parties. They stayed in the Democratic Party. So if we're going to force this on anybody, it ought to be the one party that has done so much damage. And that's why I would submit this amendment. If we're going to punish children for the sins that even their parents didn't do, then this ought to be the way to do it. I hope that we won't compound some horrendous sins by punishing great-grandchildren of people that did wrong. And I yield back.
Dude, bye.
Gentleman yields back. I will yield myself the time in opposition. I started this debate by indicating that frivolity, cancellation culture, I would hope would not be the route that we would take, and that we would have a thoughtful discussion on the question of the original sin and the deeply embedded issue of racism and the prolonged impact on African Americans, the descendants of enslaved Africans. I maintain that now. Let me specifically put in the record the report of the Equal Justice Initiative that indicated more than 6,400 documented racial terror lynchings of African Americans in America occurred since the end of the Civil War, 84% of all lynchings. An additional 1,297 white individuals were lynched during this time, many for sympathizing with the African American cause or for being outspoken against lynching. So one can see that there has been an ongoing journey. I don't imagine as those individuals were lynched that they were able to ask any questions about party affiliation, regional location, wealth, or otherwise. They were brutally lynched. Now we come to an opportunity where that journey of brutality and racism and discrimination can be responded to with a significant civil rights initiative, a commission that will factually base its results and recommendation to the United States Congress on facts. And as we proceed in this debate, I will share those facts. But again, as we know, police, for example, they started by being assigned to catch runaway slaves. We know in this society, law and order is important. I support law and order. But we also know that we've seen a trajectory of the loss of life of African-American males and women in the unfortunate circumstances that we've seen over the last couple of years and beyond. And so what we need to do here is to take each of these tragic incidences and look to a commission that can thoughtfully and thoroughly, academically, be able to address these facts. Might I just say to my good friends, interestingly enough, as President Johnson laid his pen down in the signing of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, he said, "I know we have just lost the South, and all of those Southern states turned Republican." I'm not here to make that charge. I am here to say, work with us, recognize the reality of slavery and its brutality and its continuing impact, even as we discuss the issues of immigrants, even as we discuss the issues of unaccompanied children. Look at the long-stated impact of this question of the divide in our country and the issue of racism as it impacts many groups. I know that this commission that will set a standard of study and academic research will make an amazing difference. And with that, I oppose the gentleman's amendment. I'm happy to yield to the gentleman from Tennessee at this time, the chairman of the subcommittee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment in question says that the Democratic Party should be held responsible because it is the only relevant entity in existence today that supported the institution of slavery. That's absolutely false. There are relevant entities in existence today that supported the institution of slavery other than the Democratic Party, like the states of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. Those states had laws that supported slavery, that supported segregation, that held African Americans down for years. So if you want to get down to this nitpicking and saying who should be responsible, it should be the southern states that are most responsible because they held these laws on the books for years to have separate water fountains, separate facilities, separate everything until the Great Society came about and changed it with the Civil Rights Act. And there were religious institutions that supported slavery and argued that the Bible held that there should be slavery, there should be separation of the sexes, and that there should not be miscegenation laws because of the Bible. So if you want to get down to it, it's not the party, the Democratic Party, which has changed and supports civil rights and African American opportunities. It's religious groups and the southern states that are most responsible. You want to accept that as an amendment, Mr. Gohmert, and have them be the people who pay the reparations? Book it. I yield back.
Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Iapala is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to thank you for your tremendous leadership on this issue and so many others. And I thank you for bringing this bill forward. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I just can't help but say you really seem to not get this. Let me just be clear. This is not about punishing. The point is not that the current custodians of the fruits of exploitation are wicked and need to be punished. This is about reparative justice, restorative justice. It is about acknowledging that we who sit here do not have rights of ownership that are distinct from the history of slavery from which these rights were obtained and which those rights were denied. If slavery is wrong, as even you say it is, and if you through your history benefited from that wrong that was done, then you must be willing to commit yourself to righting that wrong. I believe that we must dismantle racism, white supremacy, and inequality in all of our institutions to create justice, to ensure equality and opportunity for all, and end the racial wealth gap. And to do that, it is essential that we establish this commission to study and develop reparations, and that we support my colleague, Representative Barbara Lee's commission on truth, racial healing, and transformation. My colleagues, let us be real about this. Often the story behind the development of our country focuses on a warming tale of early settlers building their path towards the American dream for hard and honest work. But it's not a complete view, and it's a dangerous view that erases the undeniable history behind our country's success. The enslaved ancestors of today's Black Americans built America to what it is today. And yet we have continued to see this false retelling of history as recently as the previous administration's creation of the 1776 Commission to romanticize and diminish America's relationship with slavery and deny the federal government's role in enabling systemic racism. That could not be further from the truth, which is why I fully support this bill and this commission. For near every problem that America faces, Black families are more impacted than white families because of slavery's legacy. This is true for health outcomes, where Black Americans are more likely to have inadequate health care and underlying conditions, seen clearly in the Black death rates for COVID-19 being twice the rate of white Americans. It is true in policing, where Black Americans are twice as likely to be unreasonably stopped and 3 times as likely to be killed. But for a strong example of the impacts of endemic racism and anti-Blackness, look no further than the racial wealth gap. Before and after the 13th Amendment, Black Americans have had either zero or just a small portion of their labor returned in the form of wages. Instead, America, through slavery and systemically racist policies, withheld and amassed a massive fortune off of Black labor. A fortune so massive that it would take more than 200 years for Black households to reach the amount of wealth that white American households have today. And yet some believe that Black Americans should simply lift themselves up by the bootstraps, as if white Americans didn't benefit from government policies like the New Deal that created the white middle class. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said it best. The Homestead Act gave land to white citizens who came here voluntarily, but not to freed Black people who came here without choice. The GI Bill helped white veterans obtain college degrees and job training, but so many Black veterans who made equal sacrifices were not eligible for any of its benefits. And coupled with redlining and other discriminatory practices in housing that denied African Americans from qualifying for affordable mortgages, the federal government excluded Black Americans from paths to home ownership that the majority of the country enjoyed. Now, to be clear, there is nothing wrong with government policy that helps people access opportunity, but I cannot intentionally exclude Black people and others deemed unworthy. And the federal government has had that ongoing role of propping up racism against the Black community, and therefore has a responsibility to make reparations. We all do. A check will not undo the harm preventing Black families from being truly equal and free. And that's why this bill establishes a commission to examine the policies that brought us here and what policies would need to be enacted to effectively address longstanding disparities. Policies that will help everyone, but disproportionately, hopefully, help Black people, like universal health care or free college or a wealth tax. Only when we can face the horrific role of slavery in our country and its enduring policies can we begin to make up for the tragic harm of failing to prevent systemic racism against Black Americans. And that is why I am so strongly in support of this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you, Madam
Gentleman's
Chair. I
time has
yield back.
expired. Mr. Johnson of Georgia is recognized for. Mr. Owens of Utah is recognized for 5 minutes.
I look forward to taking the next couple of weeks and educating American people about the success of the Black community. Because actually, to be honest with you, being raised by a community, a proud, entrepreneurial community that believed in meritocracy, that when they were told they could not succeed, they doubled down to prove that whoever doubted them were wrong. And to be honest with you, this concept that Black Americans have been used, abused, and discarded by white people is bothersome to me. I don't know if you guys heard what I said, but the 40s, 50s, and 60s, take this, please take this a note. And by the way, I lived during this period. So I'm not talking hypothetical. I remember these communities. I remember the pride when I didn't meet white people until I was 16 years old. I never thought of looking down on our race as hapless, hopeless, and not able to overcome. We led the country in the growth of the middle class in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Led the country in men matriculating from college in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Led the country in men committed to marriage, over 70%. By the way, that's now 70% of our men will not commit to their families. In business ownership, 40%, we're now down to 3.8%. You know how we began to succeed? We did it the good old American way. We believed in faith, family, the free market, and education, period. Now we believe in government. We have more people working for the government percentage-wise than people realizing that they can go out and build their business, their dreams. And this is what bothers me when we stand back and watch these Black communities being burned down every single year. These are men and women that said, I'm gonna take my chance, I'm gonna take a risk, I'm gonna get out there and make things happen and serve my community. And some mistake, someplace, we sit back and allow their business be burned like nothing is wrong with that. And guess what, guys? These businesses across this country, nobody's rebuilding it. The billions of dollars given to Black Lives Matter, nobody's building these businesses back, giving these people their dreams back. I'm looking forward to, by the way, reparation. When you take people's money that they've earned, it's punishment, it's theft, it's judgment. It's saying that because of your skin color, you owe me. That is not the American way. We're not racist people. This American country is based on meritocracy. And I tell you, anybody who's been in sports or military, you guys get it. At the end of the day, it's the character, it's resolve, it's a loyalty that makes a difference. The color of skin has nothing to do with how we choose those people that we want to trust and move forward with. I'll just say this as I wrap this up. I do look forward to taking the next few weeks to educate the American people about my great race. One I'm so proud to have been raised in. A race that when I left my little community, the third Black to go to the University of Miami, I went there knowing I can get a degree in biology because my parents expected me to succeed. My community expected that of me to succeed. And whether it was my teachers, my coaches, the business owners in our community, they expected our young Black boys and girls to leave that community and make them proud, make their family's name proud, and overcome all obstacles that they were facing. It's the American way. And by the way, that's what all cultures were doing during that day. We need to get back to that. So we will find a way during this process of discussion reparation to finally educate the American people what's not being taught in our school system. That this is the greatest country in the history of mankind, and no place in our world can the Black community, Hispanic community, Asian community, and I don't care where they come from, can live the American dream like here in this country. So let's not divide us up by looking at our history and having people feel guilty for something they ever did. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of HR 40, and I want to commend the tireless efforts of you, my dear colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, for your hard work and dedication in bringing HR 40 to this historic precipice. There's no better time to take a comprehensive look at reparatory justice for Black Americans after over 400 years of slavery, Jim Crow, apartheid, systemic racism, now Jim Crow 2.0 with Georgia's new voter suppression law. I'm a proud co-sponsor of HR 40, not just because it is long overdue, and not just because it's the right thing to do. I'm a proud co-sponsor because I have constituents who remember what the world was like when they lived in a democracy in name only. We still live today with the vestiges of slavery and the Jim Crow era. Slavery indeed was ended 150 years ago, but racism never took a day off and is alive and well in America, as demonstrated by the Confederate battle flags that so defiled the United States Capitol just a few months ago, January 6th. Just look at the arcane restrictions on voting, which were passed into law recently in my home state of Georgia. Or you can ask the family members of Dante Wright, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, or George Floyd, or a whole host of others. Black folks in this country cannot keep living and dying like this, but will be forced to do so if white folks in America continue to refuse to look back at history and acknowledge that while Black folks continue to suffer from the vestiges of slavery and the legacy of systemic racism, while that's happening for us, white folks continue to enjoy the legacy of white privilege. By the way, white privilege is bipartisan, and it inures to the benefit of white Democrats and Republicans. The legacy of slavery and the soil of its justification, racism, exists within every facet of this country. In fact, racism and her cousin, white privilege, infest the soil that has sprouted this country that we call the United States of America. In fact, slavery is our nation's original sin. Slavery is a crime against humanity, and so is racism. And it's a crime we have yet to reconcile as a nation. So HR 40 gives us a chance to reflect on our shameful legacy of slavery while painting a clear path towards redemption. This legislation strikes at the heart of structural institutional racism in the United States of America. And as a country, we've led the way by calling for other nations to reckon with their forefathers' sins. So it's time for us to do the same thing. While this legislation cannot change the ills of the past, it can lead us to a brighter and more inclusive and equitable future. Reparatory justice can put us on the path to healing. So that's why we should all be in favor of HR 40, which will study reparation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership and for recognizing me and for ushering us to this historic moment. I also want to lift up the name of the former chair of the House Judiciary Committee, John Conyers, who of course carried this legislation for decades. America is a great country. We've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. And systemic racism has been in the soil of this land since 1619. Now, this country was born with high ideals. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equally. Life liberty and the pursuit of happiness, the land of the free and the home of the brave, liberty and justice for all. America was founded on high ideals. But at the same time, there was a birth defect, a genetic imperfection on the question of race that took the form of chattel slavery, one of the worst crimes against humanity in the history of the world. So no, we're just not simply going to move on. And some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to take the position that after 246 years of chattel slavery, an amendment is passed, my bad, get over it, move on. No, we will not. We're not going to move on from slavery, from rape, from kidnap, from subjugation, and from oppression. We're not going to move on from the fact that the Reconstruction effort was short-circuited. Yes, we were promised 40 acres and a mule when General Sherman signed Field Order 15 in Savannah, Georgia, because the view was that land acquisition, the land that those slaves had worked for centuries, should be part of empowering the newly freed slaves. But guess what? That order was almost immediately rescinded when Lincoln was assassinated and President Johnson took over. So instead of 40 acres and a mule, many African-American communities have been given 40 acres and a blunt. So no, we are not going to move on. We're not going to move on because the Freedmen's Bureau that was set up to empower newly freed slaves was closed after 9 years in 1874. Why? Because fraud and incompetence and criminal behavior. Nobody was held accountable. 50 white trustees, tens of thousands of freed slaves lost their life savings. So no, we're not simply going to move on. We're not going to move on because after slavery, Jim Crow and the rise of the KKK and the lynching epidemic and Plessy versus Ferguson and Black Wall Street in 1921 destroyed. Why? Because Black prosperity was viewed as a threat to white supremacy. So no, we're not simply going to move on. And when the Great Depression struck, African Americans were hit the hardest and we received the least amount of support. Why? Because yes, Southern Dixiecrats insisted that in the New Deal, African Americans would be excluded, while other Americans were helped. Excluded from Social Security, because most of us were domestic workers, or many of us, and agricultural workers, excluded from Social Security, excluded from unemployment insurance, and excluded from the federally subsidized loans and insured loans that were issued. So between 1934 and 1962, 98% of the federally insured loans that were issued by the federal government were issued to white Americans. That's how suburbs were created. So no, sir, we're not simply going to move on. We're not going to move on because with respect to the GI Bill, more than 1 million African-American veterans were systematically excluded from its benefits. When they came back from war, just like everyone else, built the great American middle class. So we're not simply going to move on. We're not going to move on because in the aftermath of the civil rights movement, which effectively ended in 68 and 71 mass incarceration, and the war on drugs started disproportionately targeting African Americans and Latinos. So yes, this is a great country. We've come a long way. We still have a long way to go. We're not perfect, but we're marching to a more perfect union, and that's what HR 40 is all about. The least we can do is study these historic wrongs. That's the least that this Congress can do. I yield back.
Mr. Liu is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Jackson-Lee. I serve an active duty in the United States military because I believe we are an exceptional country. And one thing that exceptional countries do is we recognize the harms that we have done and we try to correct them. You know who understood this? President Ronald Reagan. He signed a law that gave reparations to Japanese Americans who were interned. He gave money to Japanese Americans based on race. And I've heard arguments by my Republican colleagues tonight. President Reagan would have rejected all of them. And I ask that you read his speech on August 10th, 1988. I'm going to read you some portions of it. He starts by saying, "The members of Congress and distinguished guests, my fellow Americans, we gather here today to right a grave wrong. More than 40 years ago, shortly after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, 120,000 persons of Japanese ancestry living in the United States were forcibly removed from their homes and placed in makeshift internment camps. The action was taken without trial, without jury. It was based solely on race. For these 120,000 were Americans of Japanese descent." And then later on, he says, "The legislation that I am about to sign provides for a restitution payment to each of the 60,000 surviving Japanese Americans of the 120,000 who were relocated or detained. Yet no payment can make up for those lost years. So what is most important in this bill has less to do with property than with honor. For here we admit a wrong. Here we reaffirm our commitment as a nation to equal justice under the law." President Reagan did this for an evil, un-American act that didn't even rise to the level of slavery. He was taking money from taxpayers not even born in World War II and giving that money to Japanese Americans. That wasn't theft. That was one of the shining moments of American history. He didn't dishonor Japanese Americans, he honored them. And for those of you, those Republicans at this committee who can't even vote for a bill that sets a commission to look at this issue, I urge tonight for you to look in a mirror and ask yourself, how did you fall so far away from the standard that Ronald Reagan set? Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition? Then I'll recognize the gentlelady.
Madam Chairman? Madam Chairman?
Yes, who's seeking recognition?
McClintock of California.
Mr. McClintock of California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, history offers us an inexhaustible supply of grievances and injustices that are powerful enough to stoke hatreds and resentments that can tear any society apart. That's what this bill is all about. It is evil in its effect, if not in its intent. This is not reparations for those responsible for slavery, paid to those who were enslaved. This bill contemplates something radically different, holding people of one age responsible for the ills of another based not on their conduct, but on their race. Lincoln often pointed out that our country was born into a world where slavery was an established institution. The American founders reviled it, and they placed principles in our founding documents that they were confident would ultimately place that evil institution upon the course of ultimate extinction, and would ultimately produce a republic where men and women of every race and every background could together enjoy the blessings of liberty. Equal justice under law means a colorblind society where race simply becomes irrelevant. And until recently, we have been making tremendous progress toward that vision as a nation. Now, it's true that very damaging and unwise policies have disproportionately impacted Black communities. Union-dominated schools that have utterly failed to educate the children of the inner cities. Welfare programs that have made fathers irrelevant. The withdrawal of police protection from inner city neighborhoods. These are certainly among them. But these policies devastate every community where they're practiced. And the answer is to change those policies, not to excuse them because they're ideologically pleasing to the left. This bill addresses none of these current ills. It instead attempts to set neighbor against neighbor and American against American solely on the basis of their race. You say this is healing. It is precisely the opposite. The biased composition of this commission lays its intent bare for all to see. It's designed to reach into the dead past, revive its conflicts, and then reintroduce them into our age. I think all Americans of goodwill, regardless of their race, have had enough of this nonsense. So please stop. It's tearing our country apart. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Let me yield to the gentlelady from Missouri, Congresswoman Bush, for 5 minutes.
Oh, Father God. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Um, uh, First of all, I will say that we are not children. So telling folks that have endured something that you have never endured to stop anything is absolutely uncalled for. The systems of trauma caused by the enslavement of Black people in this country, it's not history. Those systems are ongoing and they are vicious. That trauma, science tells us, and we're talking about science, is intergenerational. The pain endured by our ancestors lives in our DNA. Look it up. In the stories we know about the horrors faced by enslaved Black people of African descent and their families. In the material world we live in, where descendants of people who were enslaved endure historic levels of inequity. The painful reality is slavery isn't just a Southern problem, it's an American problem. I'm not from the South. I'm from Missouri, a former Midwestern slave state. St. Louis, my district, was the very place where Dred Scott, a free man, was denied the fullness of his humanity because he was Black. St. Louis has been the site of auction blocks and slave patrols, broken people, broken families, broken communities, and to this day, we continue to suffer in slavery by another name. We are over criminalized still, over policed still. We are under resourced. Some want us to believe that slavery is a long past history, but its vestiges are alive today, generation after generation, in Black communities all across this country. If we removed the impact of every single dollar garnered from slavery, every bale of cotton, every pound of tobacco they harvested that you actually benefit from, where would this country be? Who would have these buildings we can now sit in so comfortably in a building that some of you are seated in right now? And to the Republicans who are against this legislation, how dare you? How dare your nearly all white panel spend so much energy and abuse your power to deny justice for the descendants of one of the most egregious atrocities in the history of the world. You will not deny our families stories of being separated, sold, because I got that story, sold, I got that story, raped, I got that story, lynched, I got that story in my family, and beaten into submission, I got that story in my family. And not just me, so many other Black Americans. So how dare you? Some of my colleagues are trying to argue that the South is economically impoverished and therefore could not have benefited from slavery. But that is not only disingenuous, it is outright wrong. The entire country benefited from slavery. The North took the rich harvest from the South and made thread that was then exported across the world. The South harvested cotton that made the United States one of the most prolific exporters of cotton. Come on now, talk about the history. Us as lawmakers working in this chamber are benefiting from the free labor that built this very capital. And so I'm going to ask you, unless you can come with those stories about what happened, the lynchings and all that your family members went through, unless you can talk about those stories of rape, unless you can talk about those stories of how your folks worked and did not receive the wage, your folks, because let me say this, we're not talking about folks that lived around the corner. We're talking about folks that were stolen from their actual land, lost their culture, lost their languages, lost their stories, were separated from their families, all to work for ancestors of folks that look like some of these folks today that are on this call that are opposing this. So let me remind you, you have no idea what that is like. You don't know what that's like, but the least that you can do is support research. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like any other difficult subject and long-standing, there's no question there's complexity here that we won't settle now or if this commission comes to pass in this commission. But I think it's good that we make the record as complete as possible. The gentlelady from Missouri made a lot of interesting points, and I think sometimes those points are made without even the speaker knowing it. When she said, till this day, the damage continues to be done. Till this day, Black people are still essentially accruing the debts that would be part of reparation. If that's the case, then one of the challenges for Madam Chair and everyone else is, does that mean that not the descendants of slaves, but anyone who feels that they're being somehow treated ill under this society should be part of this reparation? And will this commission study that? Now, there were a lot of things said about the post-slavery period, and many of them were true in the way of African Americans being second-class citizens. But I know that a former congressman from my district, Dalip Singh Song, born in India, came here and experienced prohibition on land ownership, prohibition on elected office, prohibition on citizenship as under the Asian Exclusion Act. Should each Indian or descendant of them also be added to the list of these grievances? They certainly have as much merit, although Dalip Singh Song rose to be a judge and rose to be a member of Congress. His story before he became a successful figure was one of infinite education, amazing talent, and obstacles that were completely unfair that had tripped over so many of his fellow countrymen. And the list goes on. I think that the challenge with this idea of a commission is that although many of the authors and supporters have essentially already decided that reparations are due and said so, they've already decided the outcome of the commission. They simply want the commission to effectively rubber stamp a decision and put a number on it. But I assure you or predict that the road that you are considering, if you're able to go down it even a little way, will become a tangled web of different routes, twisting and turning, none of them leading any predictable decision. Because even taking, for example, our vice president is a descendant of a slave owner from Jamaica. Our vice president is half from India. And our vice president identifies as an African American. How will that be calculated? And is there any way to calculate that the way we calculated the direct damage that President Reagan signed and paid for those people, those specific people who during their lifetime or immediately following to their immediate descendants were adjudged for, and an amount was paid based on what was done to them by a specific act of our government. I think for President Reagan, it was not a difficult decision, but I would predict that he would take a very different tact if asked to try to calculate percentages of people unborn at this time and not in the United States. That it was not the case with the Japanese Americans, and what President Reagan did, we all can and should honor. So the comparison was made, but the comparison actually begs the exact question, which is, can you calculate it? And if you start down this road, are you in fact going to calculate how much those who came afterwards owe to those who were not there, and how much is owed by those who identify today as being persecuted to this day Are reparations continuing to accrue? And I would say, based on the conversations we've heard here today, the answer would be yes by many of the proponents. And with that, I thank the chair and yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, and I'll yield to the chair in a moment. I just want to respond, first of all, to our colleague, Congresswoman Bush from Missouri, and thank her for her really powerful testimony or statement to the committee. And I think it's important to recognize there are a set of lived experiences that many of us have not had, and that we have to pay particular attention to leaders in the African-American community whose families have had many of the experiences and live with many of the consequences of institutional racism and the legacy of slavery in this country. To my colleague from California who said, what about other people who've been, as he described it, treated ill? We're talking about something quite different than being treated ill. We're talking about 4 million people, human beings, who were enslaved, who were beaten, robbed of their freedom, robbed from their families, robbed of any kind of future, and were treated as property. Anyone else who's in that category should surely be part of this commission. But the notion that others who might have been treated ill are the same, this is about a very specific history in this country that we have to confront. And I listed a whole bunch of policies. Those weren't the fact that they were slave owners, those were policies of our government that discriminated against African Americans. We have the power to respond to that. And a commission might say, for example, because of your racist policies, including blacks from Social Security or from housing, we should double up or triple up our investments today. That would be a responsible response to government policies. We all own that. We benefited from that as white people in this country. And so this notion of like, I wasn't a slave owner, I've got nothing to do with it, misses the point. It's about our country's responsibility to remedy this wrong and to respond to it in a thoughtful way. And this commission is our opportunity to do that. And so I just urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, open your minds to this. The commission might make a recommendation you can support, but what's the harm in studying it and presenting proposals for our consideration? Doesn't the African-American community deserve that at least? And so I ask you to vote for this resolution. I yield the balance of my time to the chair.
I thank the gentleman. I understand, Mr. Cicilline, that Ms. Loughran is trying to seek time for a...
Thank you,
I yield to Ms. Loughran.
We yield to Ms. Loughran. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to give this perspective. When Chairman Conyers, then Ranking Member Conyers, spoke to me about this bill a long time ago, I thought, well, what's this got to do with me? You know, my family, they were immigrants. They weren't here during the Civil War. They had nothing to do with slavery. And I just didn't understand why that was fair. But as time went on, I understood something different. My dad was the son of an immigrant. He didn't get to go to college. He was in World War II. And after World War II, he didn't get to go to college, but he got a GI loan to buy a little tiny house. It was a $9,000 house, $89 a month for 30 years. And having that house built wealth for his family. And when I learned that African-American veterans of World War II, they didn't get to buy the little house like my dad did. And so people my age who are African-Americans, they didn't get the wealth building that my family had. And so it's not about, you know, who's to blame, because my father certainly wasn't to blame. It's about who was denied opportunities and how do we look at making sure that everybody in America is being treated fairly. That's what this commission is about. And I think it's important. We don't know what the answer will be, but I do know that I benefited from a set of policies that I didn't even know existed. and my children did. And my age peers and their children were disadvantaged by policies. And so let's take a look at that. And let's see what we can do in America to have a fairer, more just society that remedies past wrongs that we may not even have known about, understood, or designed, but that we benefited from. And I thank the chairwoman for allowing me to offer these few comments and yield back.
Gentleman from Rhode Island yields back. And the gentleman.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Buck is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair, and I yield to my friend, Mr. Owens.
Let me set the record straight. I've been hearing this about the GI Bill for quite a while. Let me kind of make sure everybody, and by the way, all you have to do is look it up, guys. You can look this up. My dad came back from World War II. Growing up in Texas, he could not get a postgraduate degree. He graduated from Purview, but because of Jim Crow laws, I ran across a box of letters after he passed away, rejection letters from across this country that would not accept him. And I knew it was because of his color, because he was a very, very smart guy at that time. But you know, they used that as motivation when people said they couldn't. So what he did is use this GI Bill to go to Ohio State, where he got his PhD in agronomy. His brother used his GI Bill to get his PhD in economics. My mother's 6 brothers got their GI Bill, college take care of, and they all became part of the middle class. I lived in Liberia, Africa, 5 years old, during the days of segregation, because my dad was doing research in Liberia, Africa. I had an uncle that was an engineer, an older uncle, engineer, decided he was going to start a second business. So he bought a plane in 1960-61 and took mail from Wichita Falls, Texas to Chicago. Now, I don't know how many people you guys know, how many white people you know that had bought planes, and it wasn't that it was rich, he just had a dream. And my first flight, around 10 or 12 years old, was because he flew to Tallahassee and took me up in that little single engine plane. So I think we need to learn our history, my friends. No, we took advantage of the GI Bill, and we became the fastest growing middle class because we came back, built our homes, built our communities, had our kids going to college, graduating with big dreams. Well, I'll tell you one thing for sure. I'm going to wrap up with this. What a difference in messaging when I was growing up and now. For my parents to tell their kids they could not succeed because of white people would never have happened. I mean, seriously, they would be so disappointed in the messaging we're giving our kids. Because no, they were not getting the fairest treatment. But boy, they were so proud of who they were. They were going to make sure that they commanded respect by doing everything you had to do to overcome anyone, any racist. By the way, one last thought. I got my degree in biology at the University of Miami. You know what drove me? My senior year in high school, this white guy said I couldn't do it. You know what that did to me? 4 years I lived in that library in the University of Miami, lived there, because I was going to make sure that guy was so wrong. That was the commitment. That was the way my race was taught. We need to get back to that. Let's stop telling our kids they can't succeed. What examples are we to tell our kids, I can do it, but you can't? Instead, let's tell them this. It's tough. You're going to fail. Everybody's not going to believe in you. Some people might not like you, but you can do this. You live in the greatest country in the history of mankind. If you go out there and you run harder, you work harder, you study harder, you can succeed in this country and make good things happen. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Who's that?
Reclaiming my time, I yield to my friend from Texas.
Well, I would just simply like to ask my friend from Utah a question, because earlier he had said that, and had observed the change and the flip in families in the black family unit and divorce rates going from the most married with fathers at home to now inverted. That is not the case. Does my friend from Utah have thoughts and a view on what transpired that caused that, and that what resulted in that?
Absolutely. It's called policies. Policies. The last 4 years, the policies put in place by the Trump administration had the lowest unemployment in the history of our country for Blacks, Hispanics, Asian women, and veterans. We had over 400% increase in Black business ownership. Policies makes a difference. And I'm going to tell you this, I've seen what happened to my community, the great community I grew up in, and look back and see what's going on now. It's policies that's doing it. And you go to every single place where there's misery in our communities. It's because of college policies in which our kids are not being taught how to read and write. They're not taught, the family unit's been turned upside down. They're not telling our young men to respect, to love God, country, family, respect women and authority. That's what I was taught. We get our kids thinking that way again. Our men will man up, take care of their families, and families move forward. And that's actually how we become a very successful community. Our families have to get back together again. And policies that destroy the family unit, destroy a free market, destroy our opportunity to have our faith in our God, those policies will destroy our culture, and we can't allow that to happen. I yield back.
I thank the chair and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Demings, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I tried my best not to weigh in this evening because we should not have to, but I grew up in the South. I've served as a career law enforcement officer, and I gotta tell you, every time I think I have heard it all, I come to judiciary and get enlightened. My father was a janitor who went to work 7 days a week to make ends meet. My mother was a maid. And let me say this, I'm blessed that I was able to make it. But I cannot forget about those who did not. And I certainly cannot forget about those who continue to struggle. Madam Chair, I thank you for your leadership. I also thank you for all of you who have recognized our dear friend and colleague, the late John Conyers. I thank you, Madam Chair, for continuing his extremely important work. You know, what I have heard, it's just, I can't believe my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are serious, but unfortunately, I know they are. I've heard just about every excuse in the book. I've heard it's too hard. Figuring out the numbers would be too difficult. Well, I do believe, I agree with Mr. Jeffries, we are a great nation. And I do believe that we can do just about anything we have the political will to do. America has solved some of the most complicated, most challenging issues because we've had the political will to do it. What I've heard, Madam Chair, is that this is horrible. What happened was horrible, but we aren't going to do anything about it. And Madam Chair, you so graciously said that this is America's sin. We're not pointing the finger at any particular family or individual. Some may feel guilty, but this is not about guilt and this is not about punishment. This is America's greatest sin. And let me remind us all, guess what? We are Americans. And as legislators, I do believe our job every day is to find ways to correct America's wrongs, find ways to make America better. And that's to give everybody, every man, every woman, every boy, every girl, regardless of the color of their skin, an opportunity to succeed in this great nation. For those of you who are trying to convince yourself that the ill effects, the pain of slavery certainly couldn't have any effect on us or my parents' generation or even my grandparents' generation is just simply ridiculous and absolutely shameful. 4 million individuals, and look, guys, we have this amazing opportunity to do something big and meaningful. 4 million human beings Slavery, but the ill effects of it, still the ghosts in the room. I know it every time I look at voter suppression laws. I know it every time I hear about redlining and other anti-discrimination efforts and policies and laws that are in the process of trying to be passed all over this nation. I know it's a difficult subject, but we need to face our fears and face the realities. If we are who we say we are as Americans, do we want to forget families that were broken apart, people who were hung, dragged, raped? I've heard time and resources. It would take too much time and too many resources. That is just downright shameful. I've heard Democrats are drunk with power. Well, guess what? That's what slavery was all about, power. I've heard if you're going to force something on anybody, well, guess what? That's exactly what slavery was all about. We're asking to form a commission that will take a look at correcting America's greatest sin. Again, Madam Chair, I thank you for your leadership, and I ask my colleagues to support the bill. I certainly do not support the legislation coming from my member of, the amendment coming from my colleague from Texas, but I do support the bill. So with that, Madam Chair, thank you so much, and I do yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath, seek recognition?
This is Lucy
Thank
McBath.
you, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I'd just like to reiterate once again to our Republican colleagues that this legislation only relates to studying the root causes, that substantiate, this country's need to be able to repair the glaring inequities, the societal inequities that communities of color still are faced with each and every day. And that's just what I wanted to say. And at this time, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to our esteemed colleague, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee.
I thank the gentlelady for her leadership. I can't sit here and listen to my friends, even with the spirit in which I came to this markup. No cancellation culture, America marching together. But when someone in this room calls this evil and it will bring about evil, I cannot accept that. I am offended by the accusation that a simple commission embodied with commissions created by Congress over the decades, that frankly is not a commission about a check, which the minority insists on reducing the commission's study of reparations to, taking money from those who never owned slaves and give it to people who never were slaves. Not only does this grossly misrepresent the commission's task and its approach to the study of reparations, it ignores several facts known to everyone participating in this markup today. The Centers for Disease Control just declared racism as a public health issue. I want to submit that report into the record. I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman.
That objection.
Simply put, Americans who were never involved in slavery continue to endure, or Americans who were never enslaved continue to endure racial stigma of slavery, African Americans that is, and the lasting economic and social harms caused by decades of legally enforced racial discrimination. That is what I'm saying, my friends. This plight that we will be studying is government-created slavery, 3/5 of a person, right here in the Constitution, only because of the 13th Amendment were we made whole. Only could we vote because of the 14th and 15th Amendment. You cannot deny that. That stigma creates and continues itself. It continues itself with African American offenders receiving sentences that are 10% longer than white offenders, and are 21% more likely to receive mandatory minimums. Education, 57% of Black students have no access to a full range of math and science. It is crucial that we study this continuing, lingering debasement of, yes, bright and generous-hearted and loving Americans. Has anyone heard the phrase, you lift one boat, you lift them all? My good friend from California, Mr. Correa, mentioned the plight of Mexicans in this country. We're not unfamiliar with the indigenous Native Americans. And listen to what Ronald Reagan said. This is not about a check. No payment can make up for those lost years. So what is most important in this bill has less to do with property than with honor. For here we are, admitting a wrong. Here we are, affirming our commitment as a nation to equal justice under law. That is what this commission is about. It is not about our personal historic stories. My father was one of the most outstanding comic artists on Madison Avenue in New York. Ezra Clyde Jackson. But when the young man came home from World War II, with all of his genius, his works now in the Library of Congress, he was summarily dismissed. I want my father's name to be in this. H.R. 40 is a concentrated effort to right a wrong and to do it with dignity and study and respect. I have listened to my friends. I would never suggest that I would understand whatever history you might have had if you were Irish American, fleeing the famine in the 1800s, or the treatment of Italians in the early part of the 1900s. But one thing about all of those groups, they were able to translate into the American virtues and the American dream. Today, young people languish without that dream. Why is that? That is the question of this commission. It is to study and develop a structured response, remedies to what is going on. So let me simply say this quote. Say this quote from President George W. Bush, and that is, a great nation does not hide its history. It faces its flaws and corrects them. He was speaking about the Museum of African American History and Culture. He said, it tells the truth that a country founded on the promise of liberty held millions in chains, that the price of our union was America's original sin. I can't imagine why any one of us would not vote for H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals, and I ask my colleagues to vote yes on this bill and against the underlying amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there any further amendments? Are there any further speakers on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, could I ask unanimous consent to have two articles submitted for the record? Topics been brought up in National Review and The Hill, The Myth of Nixon, Southern Strategy, and Democratic Party History.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. The noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 40, offered by Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
I would reserve a point of order at this time.
Page 14, line 24, insert, quote, if any
Without
dispute...
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The point of order is reserved. The gentleman will explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It says very clearly and simply, if any dispute arising from a contract awarded under this section is appealed to the Supreme Court of the United States, the appeal shall be heard and decided by a Chief Justice of the United States and 8 Associate Justices. We are prompted to bring this necessary and clarifying amendment tonight because of the breaking and shocking news that developed here recently tonight that the chairman of this committee and others are planning to introduce a bill tomorrow to pack the Supreme Court. And since you and everyone else here have refused to dispel those rumors, we can take no chances with any legislation from this point forward without addressing this very important issue. The very idea of packing the Supreme Court is so dangerous to our system of government that we have to address it directly right now. Of course, this is not the first time the idea has been proposed. And I would assume that all the members of this committee are familiar with the history of the last attempt. After his landslide.
But what we're hearing now, folks, is a stall tactic on the part of the Republicans. They're trying to deal with the Supreme Court issue. Otherwise, H.R. 40 is ready to be voted out of committee and passed. But we have to endure this a little while longer. We encourage you to stay tuned because as soon as it is voted upon, we'll resume our discussion with our panel.
It concluded that the effort to pack the court would be a disaster.
And we'll stay with you. So just,
quote,
we're going to continue with this coverage, and then we'll have our panel discussion. So we look forward to hearing from you. Look forward to your comments. Looking forward to your questions.
Has anything changed in the last 8 decades? Of course it hasn't. The 1937 Judiciary Committee report continued. Court packing is simply, quote, an attempt to change the course of judicial decisions by neutralizing the views of some of the present members, unquote. It is far better, the report said.
Cam Howard, they no longer have an argument against reparations, so they got to talk about court packing, brother.
Them with new members, unquote. If you pack the court now, it will destroy judicial independence and a basic foundational structure of our republic in a way that can never be restored once we go down this road. This government of, by, and for...
Mama Joanne, you were a Hill staffer. You've seen this before.
We are still on our way to forming a more perfect union. And yes, we have sins in our past, but our Constitution with its separation of powers has served as a model for the constitutions of...
Go ahead, Mama Joanne, say it again.
And we are, as a result, the most free, most powerful, most successful, most extraordinary nation in the history of the world. But we are only 245 years into this. Our birthday is July 4th. 245 years. And there are certain essential foundational principles that hold it all together. When John Adams, of course, was endeavoring to explain the difference between us and Great Britain, he said, we are a nation of laws, not of men. He meant by that the symbol of justice, Lady Justice, has a blindfold because justice is blind. And it says inscribed in the marble right above the Supreme Court building, equal justice under law. All that would be jeopardized if you pack the courts. The manipulation of the courts by the British Crown was literally one of the abuses that sparked the American Revolution. The Declaration of Independence lists the grievance, and our Constitution includes specific safeguards to prevent those abuses here. The founders of our nation, like Alexander Hamilton, wrote and warned that the independence of the courts is, quote, essential in our system of government. Do you want a small group of unelected people to become the chief legislative body in this country? For legislative and profound constitutional questions to be decided and reversed and decided again over and over and over with every election cycle and new president who wants to also add new justices to the courts? Can you imagine the very dangerous and unprecedented instability that this would bring to our justice system? This is such a radical proposal that even leading liberal scholars have vehemently opposed it over the years, and your Democrat predecessors concluded in previous generations that court packing would be madness. In more recent days, Justice Ginsburg opposed it. Justice Breyer gave a speech at the Harvard Law School just last week opposing it. He warned that public trust in the Supreme Court rests in the public's perception.
Dr. Daniels, you want to comment on this stall tactic while it's happening?
Not politics, unquote. And he noted with great concern that there has been a, quote, growing public suspicion and distrust.
I was about to comment, is this, I'm putting in the chat, it's hilarious that being above the law is being applied now. But what about the two-time impeached president, the orange man? All of a sudden that becomes relevant to not being above the law. But of course, yeah, it is a stall tactic, and you know, they have, I mean, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee just shut them down. I mean, she just shut them down, so they don't have anything else to talk about. But this is really ridiculous how these hypocrites play it. You know, when it was Trump being impeached over and over again, it was no one is above the law. They ignored that. Now they want to talk about
It violates all
not being
precedents
above
in
the
history
law.
of our
I mean,
government and would in itself
it's
be a
hypocritical,
dangerous
to
precedent
put
for
it
the
mildly.
future. The theory of the bill is in
Kenneth
direct
Henry,
violation of the spirit of the
we
American Constitution.
had some strong testimony
Permit
tonight from
alterations
Corey
of the
Bush and
Constitution
Val
without
Demings and
the
even
full
Lucy
consent of
McBath.
people. It undermines the protection of our system.
Lucy McBath
Gives
weighed in.
minorities and is subversive of the
I am
rights of
so
individuals.
pleased to hear
It
that
goes
she
on and
was
on
able
and
to
on
weigh in.
that this
Had my
is
doubts there
uncharitable
for a
act. Yet
minute.
here we are today.
I certainly appreciate her. I'm actually going to reach out and send her a thank you note before the end of the week to thank her for her support. Now, I'm ready to have Congresswoman Bush go on to the Senate and be the Black female we need in the Senate at this point.
Amen. Amen.
Well, that's completely.
Again, this is still on the court packing. Let's check back in.
So because for various reasons, that would violate the amendment. But in any event, and I would also point out historically that the Supreme Court, the size of the Supreme Court has increased in the past. President Lincoln increased the size of the Supreme Court. It's been increased and decreased from time to time. But in any event, I oppose the amendment. Because this bill is not the proper forum for debating this subject. It's not part of this bill.
Will the chairman yield to correct the history?
I yield.
So it was for 5 years during the Civil War, that's it. But since 1837, since that time, we've had 9 justices, and it served us very well. And everyone, every legal scholar of note on the left and right, throughout our history, and in all judiciary committees in the past have acknowledged the wisdom of that number.
Well,
that's the thing. Now, if you want to change it, I'm open to amendments to changing the words of this amendment. If you want to say...
Reclaiming my time, the history is that the Supreme Court has gone up and down in size, but that's, the real point is that this bill is not the proper forum for debating that. We'll have ample time to do that.
Mr.
Who
Chairman,
else seek, does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I would just note that
I yield to Mr. Cohen.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just note that in the year 2016, for 11 months of that year, we only had 8 justices because Mitch McConnell refused to have a 9th justice. So we have not had a constant 9 justices. Mitch McConnell saw to it we had 8 justices.
Would the gentleman yield?
No.
It was a vacancy. It was still 9 justices.
I reclaim my time, and I will again say this is not the proper forum to debate this subject. It's not before us in this bill.
We're the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Chairman. I'm the
before-
ranking member of the Constitution Subcommittee. This is the perfect time. It's the essential time to discuss it because it came up tonight.
The time is my time. I haven't yielded. Haven't yielded.
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Right here.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
This is entirely appropriate amendment. As the
Mr.
gentleman,
Chairman, I move to table the amendment.
as the gentleman, I think I was recognized.
No.
Withdraw
The
my
gentleman
motion.
has the time. The gentleman has the time.
As the gentleman said with his amendment, page 14 of the bill. Line 19, the commission, the 15-member commission made up of 15 Democrats. The 15 Democrats on the commission may enter into contracts with government entities, private entities, or persons for goods or services. And all the gentleman's amendment says is, if there's a dispute about this contract that the 15 Democrats on this commission enter into, and it goes all the way to the Supreme Court, we don't want 13 people, we don't want 12 people, we don't want 11 people, we don't want 10 people, we want 9, or if someone has to it has to recuse themselves or whatever, we want them to decide the case. That's all the amendment says. So, again, as the gentleman from Louisiana pointed out, if the Democrats aren't going to push this legislation tomorrow, if they're not really going to do it, they can tell us that, but it sure looks like they are. Imagine if Republicans, you guys are going to take the court from 9 to 13, want to take the court from 9 to 13. Imagine if we went the other direction. We took it from 9 to 5. We got rid of 4 people. We just kept the Republicans that were put on recently to the court. Oh my goodness, you all go crazy. Let's just stick with the number that's been there for what, 159 years, I think the gentleman said? This is just radical departure from what the norms of this country and what, as my colleague pointed out, every judicial scholar, left, right, center has said makes sense. But you guys are going to do it. You guys are going to do it. And it is scary and it is wrong, and the country understands that. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Raskin, for what purpose does Mr. Raskin seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I just want to make a couple of points about what we're witnessing right now. It's obviously an irrelevant distraction from the matter at hand, the history of white supremacy, slavery, oppression of millions of African Americans in our country, the system of Jim Crow, racism, housing discrimination, official governmental discrimination in everything from employment policy to housing policy to transportation policy all across the country. And, Sheila Jackson Lee has presented a very important piece of legislation that bears serious consideration and analysis by every member of Congress and by all Americans. And I think that there's something trivializing about what's just happened, but let's go ahead and discuss it. To begin with, we come out of a period of extreme court packing by Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump. Mr. Cohen raised the question of the sandbagging and the derailment of Merrick Garland's nomination to the U.S. Supreme Court. Merrick Garland is the Chief Judge of the D.C. Circuit, one of the most distinguished jurists in the country. They refused even to give him a hearing for an entire year on the totally phony rationale that we don't have hearings for Supreme Court justices in the final year of a president's term, a completely new test they made up for Barack Obama. And then when there was a vacancy just 2 months before Donald Trump was to leave office, they stampeded through the Senate, overthrowing their own rule, the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett. That is court packing, as well as everything they've been doing to put a series of essentially unqualified right-wing bloggers on the federal circuit courts across the land by repealing the filibuster for appointments to the court. That was what Mitch McConnell did. They wanted to get rid of the filibuster so they could pack the courts, and they proceeded to do it. And of course, they're going to be whining about the filibuster, just like they're whining about proposals to study what to do about the system of right-wing judicial activism that they've imposed on the country over the last several years. But the gentleman has raised properly the question of the Supreme Court's involvement in racism and white supremacy. And of course, the Supreme Court referred to the Dred Scott decision, which was a white man's compact, and that there were no rights that African Americans have that the white man is bound to respect. And then even after the Civil War and the passage of the Reconstruction Amendments, the Supreme Court in Plessy versus Ferguson upheld the regime of separate but equal. And Jim Crow, and that lasted all the primary case and Brown's Board of Education in 1954, and for about 2 decades, the Supreme Court actually recognized African Americans until we get a complete racial backlash, and then we get into a period like we're in now with the Roberts Court, the Rehnquist Court. We get Bush versus Gore. We get Shaw versus Reno, Miller versus Johnson. We get Shelby County versus Holder, cutting the heart out of the Voting Rights Act. So yes, the Supreme Court is part of the engine of white supremacy in the country, and we can't think of it as something separate. I don't know what my position is on any hypothetical bill that is being bandied about tonight to distract everybody, but I think it's fine to make the Supreme Court part of the conversation, because the Supreme Court, for the vast majority of our history, has not been part of the solution to the problem of slavery and racism. The Supreme Court has been part of the problem. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Packing the Supreme Court. This is a blatant exercise of raw political power. And I guess since we're here tonight and it's come up tonight, Mr. Chairman, I again would like to just ask you, is this actually your intention to introduce this legislation? And I'll yield to you. Mr. Chairman, I yield to you.
We'll have an announcement tomorrow.
Okay, well, tomorrow is in about an hour and 40 minutes, so we'll be around
I
midnight.
didn't mean that quite that literally.
All right, well, we'll bated breath, but, and I want to commend the gentleman from Louisiana for offering this amendment, because the amendment goes back to the bill that we're talking about here, when the bill relative to reparations calls for a study. You know, we're just going to study it. We're going to study slavery, its effects, and what are we going to do about it? And then the answer, of course, we know that's going to come out of that commission is something that's been talked about for some time now, and that's reparations, which, as I mentioned before, is basically taking money from people who never owned slaves and give it to people who never were slaves. Slavery ended again 150 years ago, so that's what's happening here. And packing the Supreme Court, as you apparently want to do, we'll find out tomorrow for sure, although again, the president already announced a commission that was loaded with a bunch of folks from left-wing organizations and universities and academics, and I think we know exactly where they're going to go, but packing the Supreme Court, as you want to do, would totally politicize the court. And politicizing the court to such a degree would destroy public trust in the one institution that still has the public's trust. They certainly don't trust our branch of the government, unfortunately. I think if we work together in a bipartisan manner, we could actually earn their trust once again, and that's what we ought to be doing, which both of the this legislation is a furthest thing from something that's bipartisan or that has both sides' input in it. But we shouldn't do that to the Supreme Court. Public trust in that institution, to damage that is, I think, packing that court would probably be irreparable. That's why it hasn't happened for a century and a half. And you talk about it going up and down, which sure as heck hasn't gone up or down for a long, long time. And I guess one consolation is that I think the president has to know that if you actually move ahead with this, it's going to hurt both him and you politically, tremendously, just as it did FDR when he attempted and failed to do this. So maybe the president will figure that he can, and I think this may be what's happening here, that he can placate his radical left supporters by calling this commission together, maybe ultimately not moving forward with it. But the Democratic makeup of both the House and the Senate is so left-wing, so radical now that you just may move ahead with this thing. And then God help the country. And I'd now like to yield to the ranking member, Mr.
I thank the gentleman for you. I bet at tomorrow's press conference, the Democrats are going to tell us that packing the court is really infrastructure. How much you want to bet? I mean, and the professor from Maryland, his revisionist history, it wasn't the Republicans in the Senate who changed the filibuster, it was Senator Reid. He changed it. You guys just redefine things, make things up. I mean, this is, and the professor from Maryland said that, that it's an irrelevant distraction. Adding 4 new justices to the Supreme Court, changing 159 years of American history, is a distraction? This is looniness. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. Packing the Supreme... You guys just redefine terms. Infrastructure now means everything. Packing the court used to mean you added justices to the court, which they're going to attempt to do in a press conference that they unveil their bill tomorrow. They now accuse us of packing the court when we just tried to fill the 9 spot, the open seats. You could, I mean, the gentleman is right. Where they're headed is scary. It should frighten every single American. I hope you stop. I hope you don't do it. But the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee leading a bill, sponsoring a bill to pack the United States Supreme Court, add 4 new justices, it's never happened in American history. I yield back to the gentleman.
His time has expired. What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida from Texas seek recognition?
I love Florida, Mr. Chairman, but I am from Texas, and I thank you so very much.
Today, I know.
I mentioned my father in a previous, I rise to strike the last word, in a previous statement. And I'd said earlier that this is not about any one of us, but I do believe it's about facts. And as I continue to hear the debate of my good friends, and they are my good friends on the other side of the aisle, I couldn't help but bring a finite and small story of my own that realistically tells the truth. What happened to Black men and Black women? What happened to those families that lived in those closed communities and raised their children with the aspirations that education would bring them a brighter day? Well, I can tell you, my friends, what happened. For that reason, I don't take issue with anyone's integrity, but it hurts my heart that a distraction like this amendment would again tell Black people in America, you don't matter. We don't care. We don't care about your pain. We don't care about the 4 million who were held in slavery. We don't care about the wealth that this country was built on cotton when cotton was king. We don't care. We don't care that those enclaves of Black communities with restaurants and beauty shops and others were ultimately destroyed by highways, the inability to access loans or banking or capital. We don't care about the idea that you didn't have enough money to send Johnny to college. We don't care that sometimes your only route out is athletics. But then again, how many we leave behind? We don't care. We're going to take this opportunity to put up a straw man about packing the courts when Donald Trump put 200 plus unqualified, mostly persons on this court, the district court. It was evidenced not by me, but it was evidenced by a number of accounts of individuals who came to the court. You don't care. And I just can't sit here and allow you not to care. So here's what this bill is about. H.R. 40 is a commission to study and develop reparation proposals. It deals with the government's affirmation and sanction of slavery and discrimination. No one alive today was enslaved by, but there are millions of Americans who were born and lived under a regimen of legal racial discrimination. That's Black people. Its historical origins rooted in slavery and whose harms were limited to individuals, weren't limited to individuals, but entire communities and the generations that followed. It also ignores the fact that for decades after slavery officially ended, the federal government, of which we are all members and which still exists today, at best ignored and at worst actively enabled this state-enforced racial discrimination. Reconstruction after the Civil War imploded took nearly 100 years to be able to get the second Reconstruction in the Civil Rights Movement. But let me tell you about the Civil Rights Movement. Has anybody heard of the individuals during that short era that were killed? Johnny Lee Jackson, all he wanted to do was vote. The four little girls in Birmingham, all they wanted to do is go to Sunday school, and they were bombed to death. Never to grow up to be what their parents knew they could be. Anybody understands the numbers of Black folk that walked down country roads and never were found again because they were hung, buried deep in the dirt, never to be found? Does everybody know the dreams of so many young men of the 1940s and 50s who did have aspirations? Or the young people going to broken schools who did have aspirations, but were living under forced racial segregation and discrimination? Or that young person with their bright new suit on going to get a new job and ultimately rejected because of the color of their skin? How many can we account for that? College degree, or young men who worked in the post office because they could not get a job. Oh, we're not whining. We're not crying. We're patriotic. We'll stand against anyone in this country to ask us about our patriotism. We fought in every war since the Revolutionary War, every war. We are law enforcement officers. We're firefighters. We're teachers. We're patriots. We teach our children to say, I pledge allegiance to this flag. But yet we live under forced segregation and racism. And this particular commission is to open the eyes of all of us. We don't know what the truth will be. It may be your truth. Blame us. I have faith in a commission established by this Congress to find out the truth, as commissions have done. And I have faith in the values of this nation, that we will uphold truth when we see it, and that we will come around to recognizing that reparations is not a handout. It is restoration, it is reconciliation, it is healing. It is American. We need to pass this legislation, and we need to pass it now. H.R. 40 will bring us together, not with anguish,
Will the gentleman
but through truth.
yield for a question?
My time has expired. I ask my colleagues to support the H.R. 40 Commission to study and develop reparation proposals. I thank the gentleman for yielding to me.
For what purpose, the gentlelady is yielded. For what purpose does the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, seek recognition?
To strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'd yield to the ranking member.
Well, I mean, I've heard the gentlelady from Texas, and I appreciate my good friend and colleague many times today talk about healing and coming together. But the commission, I mean, if you really wanted to work together with the other side, the commission is President Biden selects 3 members, Senator Leahy selects 3 members, Speaker Pelosi selects 3 members. Why didn't you have Leader McCarthy select some members? I mean, there might be some Republicans who want to serve on this commission. Why is it so partisan, but at the same time you're telling us you want to work with us and come together, but you got 9 Democrats, and then the other 6 come from organizations that already said they support reparations. So you can tell us you want to work with us, but you sure didn't act like it when you put the legislation together. I yield to the gentleman from California.
Well,
Thank
do you gentlemen want me to answer or not? I'd be happy to answer the question.
Thank you. I reclaim my time, and I'll get to the gentlelady in just a second. But our founding fathers wrote that we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, and promote the general welfare, and ensure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America. Those words in the preamble should be our guiding principle on anything we do that resembles what people are saying this commission would do. And as the ranking member said so eloquently, what part of this commission is going to create that feeling of domestic tranquility? What part of this commission is done in a way in which the American people can believe that it doesn't know what it will find, but it will seek the truth? And so it's sad on a night in which we discover that the chairman and the speaker intend to pack the court. We find out while we're discussing something here that there's nothing wrong with studying the history of slavery, and there's certainly nothing wrong with those decades of seeking a more perfect union in which time and time again we have failed. Now, before I yield to the gentlelady from Texas, who I've traveled with, who we've been together for many, many years in many places, she brought up some very good points of recent discrimination and some points of continued discrimination. This committee has, over its life, been dedicated time and time again to looking at current discrimination, current unfairness, and correcting it. And I would hope that at some point we return to just that, because the gentlelady clearly has ideas of things which still need to be changed in order to live up to our ancestors, at least politically, who asked us to form a more perfect union and to ensure domestic tranquility and to seek justice for all. And I would yield to my good friend from Texas.
I thank the gentleman, and first let me say to the ranking member of the full committee, my time had expired. I know that I'd always welcome the opportunity to yield to Mr. Jordan, so thank you for understanding that. To the gentleman from California, we have traveled together, and I'll get to the point. And let me just respond to Mr. Jordan. First of all, I welcome any of my friends that would love to be a co-sponsor of this legislation. We're not finished. We're going to continue to do so. But as the legislation is now written, it is in consultation with this committee. And we have every opportunity to be able to engage Republicans through the minority leader. So we're open to truth. We want everybody to be able to accept the truth. And with that, I would say to my good friend from California, the idea of a more perfect union is emotionally unique to all of us, meaning it means something to us. And yes, this committee has looked over the decades, over its history of injustices, and I'm proud to say in our tenure, we've done things together. But walk a mile in the shoes of the descendants of those enslaved Africans, but more importantly, walk a mile in the shoes of those who are still feeling the vestiges and legacy of both racism and segregation. And my friend, it has come through various governmental actions. So I don't want to predict. That's why I always say it's not about a check. It's about the study and the development of systemic response that you can be a part of. Because the only way we will heal and repair and restore is if we work together on this. The one thing this room cannot deny tonight is that African Americans today, April 14th, 2021, are not experiencing racism in America today. You can't deny it. So let's get this commission that is congressionally run, comes out of the Congress, that we will have the opportunity to get the report back to us. With that, I yield back to the gentleman.
And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Swalwell seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, a CNN story struck me just a couple days ago as we were preparing for this hearing. It said that a century ago, a Black couple owned a beach resort in Manhattan Beach, a Southern California town, probably in Mr. Lou or Miss Bass's district, known for its scenic expanse, and inviting soulful energy, and the songs of Black entertainers radiated throughout the corridors of the dance hall and lodge. But the music and good times would not last due to the strict racial segregation that dominated American life then.
That's right.
Harassment from white neighbors and the Ku Klux Klan tore away at the dreams of owners, Charles and Willa Bruce. The final blow came in 1924, when the city took the property through eminent domain and paid the couple a fraction of what they asked for. The city wanted the land for a park. The Bruces left and died 5 years later, leaving many heirs, many who are still alive today. Now, there's a move afoot to provide justice to their descendants. Los Angeles County officials on Friday said they are working with state lawmakers on legislation that would return the property, which is worth $75 million. That's one family in America that suffered through discrimination in this country. I support Ms. Jackson Lee's legislation to have a commission to look at how you make families right. Not every family like the Bruces will have a LA County supervisor advocating on their behalf, who happens to be former member of Congress, Janice Hahn, who's leading the effort there. Not every family will have someone fighting to make sure that they are made whole. This commission looks at how we can best do that. That's why I support it. Now, I see these efforts to talk about the Supreme Court and democratic roles back in the 19th century as just a way to ignore the responsibility we all have to Black Americans, to make sure that they are made whole. I understand why it may be uncomfortable if you have supported for the last 5 years a person who said that many people coming to our country from the continent of Africa are coming from S-hole countries, the same countries that many slaves against their will were brought to America. I understand why that may make you uncomfortable. I understand that if you voted to keep Confederate monuments in the Capitol, this may be an uncomfortable conversation and you would rather talk about the Supreme Court. So it really comes down to this. If you think racism, slavery was not a problem in our country, you should vote against Ms. Jackson Lee's legislation. If you think Jim Crow did not exist and didn't affect people still today as it was passed down and their families and the discrimination and the hardships they've suffered, you should vote against this. If you think white supremacy does not exist and does not affect Black Americans, you should vote against this. But if you think we should do something to better understand inequality in America, the original sin, and what we can all do to make sure that we make this right, you should vote for this legislation. That's why I'm going to do that, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think anyone's felt uncomfortable. We've had a very lively and lengthy discussion about an important issue that's important to our nation. And I appreciate the various opinions and discussion that's taken place. But this particular amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana is not a distraction. It's not de minimis. Kind of gets at the heart of what's happening here tonight. We're talking about if there's a conflict to arise based on a contract that is issued pursuant to a commission were one to be formed, that we have a 9-person Supreme Court adjudicate that issue. Now, we're told that that's a distraction, that that's an attempt to hide the ball from the gentlelady's bill. Nothing can be further from the truth. If this is not true, the chairman here could absolutely change it. But this is the way rumors get started. So you had The Intercept put something out. That's picked up by the Daily Wire. That's picked up by other news services. And this is what they say, that the House and Senate Democrats are going to unveil the legislation to pack the Supreme Court with 4 new justices. And packing a Supreme Court is that. You're adding Supreme Court justices so you can get an unfair advantage that you don't have now. It isn't by filling vacancies. You can't change the term. This bill would add 4 seats to the High Court, bringing the total to 13 from the current 9. And it's quoting from the first article, says the bill is led by House Judiciary Committee Chair Jerry Nadler, Subcommittee Chair Hank Johnson, Freshman Rep. Mondaire Jones, and in the Senate being championed by Ed Markey of Massachusetts. Well, then it goes on to cite why it's a bad idea. Who has said it's a bad idea? None other than Senator Bernie Sanders. He said if Democrats do it, then the next time the Republicans will do it. Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer, registered Democrat, told Harvard just last week, confidence in the courts and in the rule of law itself will lead to diminishing the court's power, including its power to act as a check on the other branches. Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg warned against packing the court, saying it will make the court appear more partisan and will trigger a constant expansion of the courts every time there's a power change in Washington, D.C. And even former Democrat Senator Harry Reid, who, by the way, and I thank the ranking member for clarifying this, he is the one that changed the filibuster rules so he could attempt to fill the judiciary at the federal level with leftist liberal judges. Anyway, Harry Reid warned over the weekend that Democrats better be careful with trying to alter the composition of the Supreme Court. Harry Reid said, I think we should be very, very careful in doing so. I have no problem with the commission, but I think that the commission is going to come back and disappoint a lot of people because they're going to come back and say, we should just kind of leave it alone. It would be inappropriate this time, after that long history we've had in this country, to have term limits for judges and change and expand the Supreme Court. And the last one was from Article 3 Project, warned that the move was alarming and must be met with the harshest of denunciations from both sides of the aisle. So here we stand. We've been having a very lively debate about something that's very important to a lot of people, and in fact, the entire nation. And we're not the ones that offered a distraction. We've been having this discussion, fact-based, and it's gone back and forth. And that's a healthy type of thing for a deliberative body. It wasn't us that brought into the fray this notion of packing the United States Supreme Court. Packing the United States Supreme Court is one of the worst things that could happen at this time. And I'll yield now to the ranking member, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, I think, Jump, for you. I just pointed out, I was joking when I said earlier that Democrats will probably say packing the court's infrastructure. In fact, the chairman laughed. We all laughed. But it's true. One of the co-sponsors of the legislation, the gentleman just pointed out, Mr. Jones, one of our colleagues, tweeted out an hour ago, Supreme Court expansion is infrastructure. You can't make this stuff up. One of our colleagues on the Judiciary Committee actually said that, tweeted that out an hour ago. I had no idea, but our staff just showed it to me. This is how crazy it has become. And they call it a distraction. I yield back to the gentleman.
Thank you. My time's expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike, last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe that this conversation is a distraction because everything we're talking about here is about power. That's what this is all about. Everything we're talking about here is about power. Who gets to decide? That's the question. Who gets to decide? And this is all about the future of our nation right now. And we think about these important decisions about when you pack the court and you add 4 justices, that changes very much the question of who decides on these important issues. And we know the important issues that have come before the court. Roe versus Wade, 62 million dead babies since Roe versus Wade. Marriage, the definition of marriage, whether someone can bake a cake and not be able to not be persecuted based on their religious beliefs. Gun rights, free speech rights, the ability not to have those trampled. All of these things are things that are decided by the court, and the whole purpose of packing it is to get a result. That's the purpose of packing it, is to get a result from the court. And we want to talk about results. We could talk right now about Brown and Plessy. What was right? I think Plessy was wrong, Brown was right, and I think that was the case because Charles Sumner and some of the history, if you look at it, would tell you that Plessy got the intent of the ratifiers wrong, and Brown corrected it. But go listen to Elena Kagan's testimony in 2008 when she danced around the questions from Senator Cornyn about that very question, basically implying that, well, Brown just made up for this and let the law catch up. That's what happens when the court makes the law. That's what happens when the court becomes activist. That's why these questions matter. It's outcome-based policymaking. We're trying to make the Supreme Court turn into something to create policy. Let's go back to something that the ranking member said.
Would the gentleman yield for question?
If you give 1 second, Chair, if I can go a little bit farther, then I'll try. Unless I can continue time, I have additional time. But what the ranking member brought up was in the issue that was raised about the court. Okay, let's go back to 2003 for a second. Miguel Estrada, does anybody remember that name? Priscilla Owens, does anybody remember that name? Janice Rogers Brown, anybody remember those names? Miguel Estrada was denied the ability to be on the DC Court of Appeals. Why? Because he's Hispanic. Straight up true. We know it. Why? Democratic memos. We can't talk about it because those memos came off of a server that a staffer found and everybody said, hush, hush, let's slide that under the rug. But Miguel Estrada was purposely denied the ability to serve in the DC Court of Appeals because he is Hispanic and he's conservative. That's a fact. We know it's a fact. Oh no, but sweep that aside. Priscilla Owens, Janice Rogers Brown, African-American woman from California, also denied. Bill Frist thought about packing the court. Blowing up the filibuster. Chose not to. Who blew up the filibuster?
Harry Reid.
Democrat Harry Reid blew up the filibuster. And here we sit. I yield to the ranking member.
The gentleman is exactly right. I think jump for yielding. This is about power. Why 4 seats? Why not 1? Why not add 2? Why not 3? Why not 5? Why 4? Why the number 4? Because that gives them a 7-6 majority. It is totally about power. Why go to 13? Because you want the 4 liberals on the court to deal with the very issues the gentleman brought up, the life issue and everything else. It is totally about raw political power, and it's disgusting to watch. I yield back to the gentleman.
Well, I think the ranking member, what I tell you is, you go back to 1937. What did Chief Justice Charles Evan Hughes say to FDR? Quote, there would be more judges to hear, more judges to confer, more judges to discuss, more judges to be convinced and decide. It would blow up the court. That number 9, all 50 states have 7 to 9 Supreme Court justices. They don't have 13.
Would the
They don't have
gentleman
15,
yield?
They don't have 17. Who just asked that question?
Jackson Lee.
I would yield to the gentlelady from Texas, Adam.
The recounting, your time is gone, but let me just quickly say the recounting of history is important for this committee.
Yes, ma'am.
And I welcome it. I would just simply say this. I would look factually, maybe that could be something under the commission to really determine whether anyone was rejected because of their race or might have been because of their philosophy. But I also asked the question about any of the judges that have been appointed in the last 4 years. They have a record of concern about equal justice under the law. That maybe has been the issue on judges not being confirmed. But maybe our commission will also look at the question of the courts, since it is comprehensively looking at the issue of race discrimination in this country. And that may bring us some more facts. I thank the gentleman from yielding, and I don't know anything about court packing or legislation regarding courts. There's nothing that I see that has been announced or introduced. But let me go on record and say that if such legislation is, I will co-sponsor it. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The time of the gentleman has
I'd
expired.
reclaim my time, but I don't have any reclaim.
The time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
So, the cat's out of the bag. Court packing plan, ready to roll. And when FDR, buoyed by that massive electoral mandate and his majorities in 1936, proposed to pack the court in 1937, despite the political power Democrats wielded, it was Democrats in Congress who stopped FDR's court packing plan cold. It was those bad old racist Democrats whom today's Democrats judge from their lofty sanctimony, who had the self-discipline and statesmanship to tell FDR no when he assaulted the foundations of our constitutional system. What do today's Democrats, congressional Democrats, the new, morally superior, virtuous Democrats do on a bare 2-vote majority in this Congress? Plot in secret to bring forward a unilateral, completely partisan plan to pack the Supreme Court. They play ridiculous games with words, or I should better say ominous games. Child care is infrastructure. Court packing means filling a vacancy. The freest country in the world, the freest country the world has ever seen, is hopelessly and systemically racist. We've heard this technique before. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. The new virtuous Democrats disregard the warnings of Justices Ginsburg and Breyer, of 1983's Joe Biden, even Harry Reid, no slouch in hard-knuckle exercise of political power, that one. Even Harry Reid rejected court packing. And by that I mean court packing. These are the Democrats who can define and dispense justice through a commission of all Democrats. They will pursue power at any price. They profess constantly the goal of unity while driving and embracing every means conceivable of dividing Americans against one another. They're working to, quote, end policing. They're transforming the concept of voting.
Just going to step in here for a minute. For those of you watching, trying to figure out what's happening, the Democrats do intend, that the news is broken, do intend to introduce a bill that would expand the Supreme Court. Joe Biden announced a commission on last Friday. The Republicans have no other retort to HR 40. So they're using this time to obsess over a bill that would expand the Supreme Court. There's just no other argument. And so this is what is ongoing. I welcome other panelists who want to chime in while they're wasting time on this. But soon we will get a vote out of committee for HR 40. So we are all, and it's a blessing for us all to be here together because we are witnessing history together. There's still a large number of you in the webinar. Stick around. Let's all remember, we'll have something to remember for the rest of our lives. How we watched this all together, the memory of John Conyers, Reparations Ray, how we watched it with Mama Joanne Watson and Pam Howard and Kenneth Henry and Ray Winbush and Ron Daniels and others. This is history. Mama Joanne, we should mention that if this goes another hour, at least, and I'm not suggesting it will, folks, don't get excited, but if it were to go into midnight, then reparations will be voted out of the House Judiciary Committee. That history will be made on Jackie Robinson Day. At midnight, it will be Jackie Robinson Day. Mama Joanne.
I love it. I love it. History is big.
That aside, I just wanted to
and we are
back to the
witnesses.
point,
I'm
this urgent point, this
feel
thing that we're
blessed
all so
to be
deeply
here
concerned
on
about.
behalf of
We might just radically transform
strong Detroiters like Congressman John Conyers, Reparations Ray Jenkins, for many years, and my Dr. Mario Badelli, Reverend Gaidio Badelli, Chokwe Lumumba, Mother Irma Henderson. There were Mother Rosa Parks. Mother Rosa Parks attended an NCOVA convention right next to Queen Mother Moore in downtown Detroit. So reparations is a bread and butter issue for America and certainly for our people. It's an honor to be here.
Amen. We are 1 hour away from making history and hopefully less than an hour away of voting out of committee. It's Jackie Robinson Day at midnight. Dr. Greg Carr.
Yes, sir, Brother Matsimela. And maybe check my math, Barbara. But in addition to Jack Roselle Robinson, it's Compensated Emancipation Day on the 15th. Isn't it DC Compensated Emancipation? I think. I'm gonna double check. I know you.
The 16th is
the 16th. Okay, that's what I was like. No, maybe a day off. But you know what's interesting? There isn't a it may not be obvious, but the last line of defense for the white nationalists in this country and their representatives in the federal legislature will likely be the courts. And so it may not appear on the surface that this is related, but let's be very clear. If and when HR 40 passes the House and gets through the Senate and is signed into law, whenever that is, there are going to be immediate court challenges to any plan. And there'll be 14th Amendment challenges, very likely, along the idea that there can be no constitutionally mandated or constitutionally supported racial remedies. And that's going to be before the federal bench. That's why court packing is so important. They're worried, of course, because that's not something that will be an issue this year, next year, 5 years from now. But ultimately, that's why those seats on the court were so important. And that's why expanding the Supreme Court will be important, because this is going to find its way through federal legislation, through the courts. The only other thing I would say at this juncture is that the other strategy they will have will be a federalism strategy. So that if and when remedies are decided upon and the federal government supervises it, everybody out there who is locked in the southern states, which is where so many of our people are,
Right.
Think about the fact that Medicaid has not been expanded under the Affordable Care Act. What these states will do, these Georgia state, these state legislatures controlled by one party, the GOP in the South, if they have the legislature and the executive branch, they will simply reject things like tuition, any expansion using federal dollars to get to us. And so these are things that, there'll be good problems to have ultimately, because that will mean we're past this to the remedy phase. But just know that this might seem like it's not connected, but the courts are the last line of defense for the white nationalists in this country, because they think that that may be their last chance to rally this as a white nation.
Well, as a matter of fact, Dr. Carr, I had a guest on my show a couple of weeks ago. I'm trying to remember who it is. If I remember to get the article, I share with everyone. They themselves, see, it's projection, Dr. Daniels. They have packed the courts. All right, Trump packed the courts. And so what that means is already they have packed the courts so much that they don't even need the legislature anymore. The Republicans have packed the courts in such a way, and mind you, the Biden administration isn't just talking about Supreme Court. They're talking about Court of Appeals, district courts, because at that level, district court judges and appeals court judges are complaining that their caseloads are too big. And so they need expansion and more judges. But they've packed the court in such a way that they don't even need the legislature anymore. Let me check back in and hear what's going on.
He's right, but
Well, this is
we will give you the courtesy of a recorded vote. The clerk
Thank you,
will
Mr.
call the
Chairman.
roll.
So this is a vote
Mr. Nadler.
on the amendment.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren.
This is the
No.
amendment on court packing.
Ms.
That
Jackson
would
Lee.
be, this is the amendment on court
Ms.
packing,
Jackson Lee votes no.
I believe, Cam.
Mr. Cohen.
Right.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
So again, what we're witnessing is, you're
Mr.
right,
Johnson of
Dr.
Georgia
Carr,
votes no.
the
Deutsch.
this is their thing.
Mr. Deutsch
They
votes
pack
no.
these courts, the courts are
Ms.
sacred to
Bass.
them. Frankly, I thought Jamie Raskin
Ms. Bass votes no.
made an argument
Mr. Jeffries.
for the Supreme Court itself as an institution to pay
Mr.
reparations
Cicilline.
on its own
Mr.
for all it
Cicilline
did
votes no.
as
Swalwell.
an institution.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu.
It's all of that's correct,
Mr.
but
Raskin.
everything's about timing.
No.
And
Mr. Raskin
absolutely,
votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
court needs to be expanded.
Ms. Jayapal votes
They
no.
packed the
Ms.
court,
Demmings.
but in this moment, when there's
Ms.
such a
Demmings
thin
votes no.
margin,
Mr.
the
Correa.
Republicans have not had an
Mr.
issue
Correa
to
votes
get
no.
traction on.
Ms. Scanlon.
And I'd be very concerned
Ms. Scanlon votes
about
no.
the
Ms.
tactical
Garcia.
question, not the strategic question, but
Ms.
tactically
Garcia votes
introducing
no.
at this point,
Mr. Neguse.
going into the midterms, may be the only issue. I'd be interested in
Mr.
seeing what the
Neguse
polling
votes
is.
no.
And I
Mr.
would
McFadden.
predict the polling on this is not going to be favorable in terms of
Mr.
because it's going to be
Stanton.
presented as packing the court. And Roosevelt
Mr.
he
Stanton votes
got
no.
drubbed by his
Ms.
own
Dean.
party on this question.
Mhm.
So I think it's the right
Ms.
issue.
Dean votes no.
Strategically, we need to
Ms.
move it
Escobar.
forward because even some of the local issues are going to be
Ms.
challenged
Escobar votes
on the
no.
basis of
Mr. Jones.
the kind of
No.
jurisprudence,
Mr. Jones
reactionary
votes no.
jurisprudence under
Ms.
this
Ross.
court. But raising at this time,
Ms. Ross votes
I would
no.
just question
Ms. Bush.
tactically whether that's the best move to make.
Well, but it might be
Ms. Bush votes no.
good for our
Mr.
issue,
Jordan.
because if Republicans
Mr. Jordan votes
would
yes.
prefer
Mr. Shabbat.
to put
Mr.
the
Shabbat
spotlight
votes aye.
on the court
Mr.
issue
Gomer.
and not on reparations, then
Mr.
maybe we
Issa.
squeeze through.
Mr. Issa
You
votes
know,
aye. Mr. Buck.
you're right, Dr. Daniels, in
Mr.
terms of
Buck
every
votes
other bit of
aye.
strategery.
Mr. Gates.
But it's if they want to
Gates
use
votes
this to
aye.
distract
Mr.
from the
Johnson
issue of
of Louisiana.
reparations, and then maybe
Mr.
we
Johnson
can,
of
by
Louisiana
the time
votes
it gets
aye.
to the Senate, it's the same
Mr.
thing.
Biggs.
You know, we just
Mr.
slip
Biggs
through
votes
while
aye.
they debate the
Mr.
court.
McClintock.
Yeah, but I'm interested in
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
the next. It is in our best interest over the
Mr.
next
Stubbe votes
period.
yes. Mr.
Not
Pickering.
only to, that's why when you and I had the discussion about DC
Mr.
statehood,
Massey.
Right.
we have this thin margin.
Mr.
DC
Massey
statehood
votes
would give
yes.
us 2 more
Mr.
senators.
Roy.
We're in we
Mr.
got
Roy
Prime
votes
Minister
aye.
Joe Manchin,
Mr. Bishop.
trying to
Mr. Bishop
become
votes aye.
the super ego
Ms.
and
Fishbaugh.
the obstructionist complicity,
Ms.
being in
Fishbaugh votes
complicity
aye.
with the
Ms. Sparks.
obstructionist. So I'm just saying, my cautionary note is that
Ms. Sparks.
we should win this one. We're gonna win this
Mr.
one.
Fitzgerald.
At the end of the day, it may have to
Mr.
be
Fitzgerald
by
votes
way of
aye.
the
Mr. Benz.
executive order. But
Mr.
it's
Benz
also
votes
in our
yes.
long-term
Mr. Owen.
interest not to
Mr.
get
Owen votes
reversed
yes.
in the midterms that are right around the corner, and they're fighting for the midterms right now. And as right now, they have no issue. Nothing that they've thrown up against the wall is sticking. And I worry that this might stick and therefore adversely affect the thin margin in the House of Representatives
Mr. Jeffries, you are not
the
recorded.
thin margin in the Senate of the United States. So just my
Yeah, no, that's valid. It's late, folks. It's 11 Eastern. Ann Smith is cursing in the chat. More distractions, she write. Voting no to pack court. Screwed up white guys in the middle of passing reparations. They are just effing rude, smart asses. Thank you, Ann, for your late night profanity.
Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 24 nays.
On this. The amendment, of course, did not pass. Let's see where we are.
Hearing none. The question occurs on the amendment and the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment and the nature of a substitute is agreed to. A reporting quorum. What purpose does Ms. Jackson Lee seek recognition?
I'd like to offer two documents into the record. I'd like to offer into the record a letter from the U.S. Conference of Mayors dated April 13th, 2021. And I'd like to acknowledge the Why We Can't Wait letter that had more than 300 co-sponsors. Ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
I'd like to put into the record page 1 of the Constitution and pages, Amendment 13, 14, and 15. Ask unanimous consent to place those statements in the Constitution in the record.
Without objection. Reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 40 as amended favorably to the House.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purposes, Mrs. Swallow seek recognition?
Thank you. I would also seek unanimous consent to offer into the record a Monday, April 12, 2021 CNN article. A Black family's beach property in California was taken during the Jim Crow era. The county has now given it back and it's worth millions.
Without objection. Chairman. For what purposes, Mr. Jeffries seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a few articles, one on the Freedmen's Bank, one on what happened 99 years ago in the Tulsa Race Massacre, one on the next New Deal must be for Black Americans, 2, one on how the GI Bill's promise was denied to 1 million Black World War II veterans, and one on the story behind 40 Acres and a Mule.
Without objection. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 40 as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably.
That's a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Yes.
Ms. Lofgren votes yes. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Yay.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes yay. Mr. Deutsch.
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Bass.
Aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu.
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Demings.
Aye.
Ms. Demings votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath.
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean.
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross.
Aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush.
Ms. Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Jordan.
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomer. Mr. Issa. Mr. Issa. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates.
No.
Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe.
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fischbach.
No.
Ms. Fischbach votes no. Ms. Sparts.
No.
Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no.
Has everyone voted who wishes to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 25 ayes and 17 noes.
The bill, the bill is approved. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment, nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up the final report on investigation of competition in digital markets for consideration.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you have just witnessed history being made. It has been voted out of the House Judiciary Committee. We've all been here to witness it and to witness it together. Let's get some reactions. Dr. Winbush, how you feeling? How you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling real good. Feeling real good. I mean, this has been a long struggle, but the struggle continues. So we got to keep our eyes on the prize. Keep our eyes on the prize.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dreesen, Reparations Beyonce.
Feeling great, y'all. Feeling great and just honored to be in the company, experiencing the moment with y'all. You know, I've been in the trenches with Kenneth, with all y'all, trying to get this going in these last 2 sessions. So I'm just really honored, really honored.
All right. Let's see here. Is Nikichi back yet? No, she's not. No, she's not back yet. Sister Jam, we haven't heard from you in a few. And where did Cam go?
Wow, I'm just happy to see. I'm just happy to see this come through. I'm a latecomer, newcomer to the reparations movement, but like over the last year, just to see so much of the misinformation trying to derail the work that you all have done, and to see that everyone could come together and collectively overpower that and keep moving it forward. This is just a powerful moment and night.
Cam Howard.
So yeah, I have so many emotions, man. I came in this movement 16 years ago, a newbie, like some of the people here, and just laid my roots into it and desired to, push this as far as I thought it can go. And just witnessing all the new people who have came in to take it to this particular level, it's truly been a collective, not just from those in the past, but those who have came into the movement recently. It's been a collective push. We could not have done it. We could not have gotten to this point without all those here on this panel, some that we represent, some that are not here. I'm just really extremely happy. I'm always the one who say, after a battle victory, it was just a battle victory. War is not over. You know, I'm ready. I'm already looking at the next battle. So, but surely, you know, this is, we won tonight in order to fight more to actually get to the goal of repair. So I'm tremendously happy.
Amen. Thank you, brother. And thank you all for all your hard work. Reparations, Rihanna, Kenneth, someone's asking what happens next. People already want to know what's going to happen next. What happens now?
So much work has to be done. From now on out, we just have to make sure we shore up our votes. Like Cam said, would be really, really great if we could go to the floor with 218 shored up co-sponsors. We still have about 44 holdouts. So from now on out, the job is to try and flip as many of them as possible. And I do need a little bit of help from this group, since I heard that some of the folks across the aisle might be willing to sit on the commission, but nobody asked them. I have some names I'm going to call tomorrow and ask them to come on as co-sponsors. I may have missed someone. So if you all can help me out just a little bit, I have Congressman Issa, I have Congressman McClintock, I have Congressman Jordan, and I have Congressman Chabot, C-H-A-B-O-T. Is there anyone that I missed from the group that was very vocal about being omitted and that nobody asked them to perhaps sit on the commission? Because I want to hit every one of them tomorrow.
All right. So you want to know if people have any, can help you reach out to people. For those,
I just need right now any names I missed who were across the aisle that
okay. Did anybody catch any other names?
I gave you Issa, Jordan, McClintock, and Shabbat.
With any other names that anyone picked up?
No, but I would like to just address what's next. And ask Dreesen also to come in. What's next is, I'm sorry, Kenneth.
No, go.
What's next is, you know, this bill goes to the floor for a vote. And again, we need the 218 votes. We need to shore up our messaging, why we can't wait. That's what got us to this point. It was, you know, demonstrating all the disparities. And Dreesen did a wonderful job of writing that letter for us and getting the 300 plus co-sponsors, 300 plus organizations to sign on to that letter that was entered into the record tonight. We'll be pushing Senator Booker, prepping him because this legislation will come to the Senate. Hopefully we can work out the briefing now in between the vote in the House. And right after the House vote, if it's successful, we'll be pushing for a Senate hearing. The Judiciary Chair of the Senate, Dick Durbin here in Illinois, is an original co-sponsor and signed on early on this legislation in 2019 when it was first introduced. Senator Schumer, who's the leader of the Democratic Party, has gone on record 3 weeks ago being very enthusiastic about his possibilities in the House, in the Senate. So we're gonna have to work, we have to change our messaging for the Senate, and we haven't developed that yet. But, this panel, we got a great panel who can strategize around messaging, and we'll get something out that we can push the Senate. And one last thing with the Senate, we also can move from a position of strength with them understanding what we were able to do in Georgia and utilize that as a goal to get some of these senators, especially red senators, to sign on. I think we have a better chance of getting some Senate bipartisanship in the House, but but that remains to be seen. But we have a lot of work to do going forward, and so and then we may just have to just shift toward a presidential executive order. But all of that, we have to come together and continue to strategize around and bring it to the people and,
Let me
try
chime
to
in.
get your help, Go ahead, Dr. Daniels, please do.
Chime in just a little bit. I think the question of the Black vote is key. And just from an emotional standpoint, I was sitting here, it was like we were in a pre-emancipation day watch service. You know what I mean? If you were sort of flashing back, as we were watching and waiting on this moment. And that's interesting because the Emancipation Proclamation was passed, but we also have to look at what happened. The betrayal, the sellout that all took place as a consequence of that. I think we have certain advantages. We have to remember that Nancy Pelosi, is the Speaker of the House, is fully on board, as is Steny Hoyer. He's the whip. The word that we get is that Clyburn will do his job and he will line the votes up. That's his job. To get that done. So we certainly hope that will happen. We know that Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee is looking for a historical moment in order to get the floor vote that could be on the eve of Juneteenth or in proximity to Juneteenth, or she may want to do it on Frederick Douglass weekend around the 4th of July to make that kind of contrast. So that's very much going to be in motion. So I agree that we're very much now into gearing up and to continuing to mobilize, celebrate, but mobilize and organize. And I really do think that, taking snippets of this hearing can be very educational. I mean, I think it can really help to galvanize Black people to see a Black man who's sitting there saying all the ridiculous things that he's saying and others. I mean, I think, it's interesting how our people roll and how our people move. And I think we should take advantage of this white supremacist, nationalist obstructionism to educate and further galvanize our people to be prepared to march on ballot boxes, to now march in the streets to say, we ain't letting nobody turn us around on this one. We are going to the mat on this. So I'm very optimistic. Great night, great celebration, great moment, long time coming, but we're here. But a lucha continua tomorrow.
God, we need to thank God.
Yes.
Well, before you pray,
there was the African Holy Spirit was clearly present in this process, which includes the ancestors who were rooted in this reparations fight. So we thank our Creator, who is allowing us to stand on behalf of our ancestors and many who have fought this reparations fight, who've crossed over. So we don't need to try to snatch a defeat out of the jaws of victory. We are victorious. We need to celebrate, but we must thank God first.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's important. Thank you. It's very important that you said that because, Sister Kenneth, I think maybe even rather than Reverend Watson has just reminded us of Jacob Cruz, you said it all the time, don't snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Since Jordan is the ranking member and he put his foot, as he always does, in his mouth the way he did, he can round up the rest of those names. As you know better than I do, you've worked that hill, every grain of sand on that hill. So if Jordan could flip Burgess Owens, because I don't see 4 white boys joining and Owens sitting there looking like a fool, since they used him as a human shield at the beginning. So I just wanted to add that because I know you're sitting there right now strategizing on how we actually get it not only out of committee but out of the House. And if enough of them flip, then those other Democrats have to come along. And more importantly, finally, there may be on the Senate side some thawing, because Jordan has given the point of entry. If the hardcore ultimate white nationalist obstructionists will say, y'all want to listen to us, then that might be the point of entry, not only to the House, but even probably more importantly, to break that 60 vote threshold in the Senate. I just wanted, because I know that's what I know you're thinking about there right now, Kenneth, and I didn't want to let this go without saying it.
All right. Anyone else? The New York Times has already put on its website, historic vote in House Judiciary Committee for the first time in support of reparations for African Americans. So it is getting around. There'll be a lot of stories, I know, tomorrow. We've all been a part of history, and each and every one of you, even those of you watching, who has kept vigil in this struggle over the years, and who has supported this in so many ways and has promoted the history. This is the unfinished business of America. And what has happened tonight, I'm glad we did it this way. I'm glad we decided to come together and stay on. It's probably the longest Zoom many of you ever been on. This is still not the longest one for me, Lord have mercy. I've been on something longer than this, but we even got Dr. Daniels still up on Zoom all night long in the middle of the night. Where's Nikichi? I'm gonna call her, see what she's doing. Somebody needs to call Nikichi.
She was covering up about an hour ago.
And we saw her live on screen. She allowed herself, she covered up on the couch and got under a blanket, probably with a sandwich too.
Right. Well, you know, but
Nikita is the hardest working woman in reparations, though.
Right.
So we have to say that.
She's busy. She's busy. But you know, and I don't know if Robin's still around either. But Ray Winbush, I think even what this still does is strengthen things at the local level, and people need to think about that too. Wherever you live, as much as you may support HR 40, and as important as it is, raise the question in your locale with your local jurisdiction. And this does not stop here. We need states and localities to take up the cause as well and deal with some of these vestiges. Anybody?
Now, you know, I agree with that. I mean, you know, sometimes there's just a zeitgeist. I guess that's the German word for it, that it's the right time. And I think we're in that right time right now. I was on a call with Coach Tanahashi last week, in fact. And, you know, sometimes things just happen at the right time. And I think what we've got to do is continue to push. I think that what you also have is that at the state and the local level, and sometimes when we say local, we mean urban areas, but don't forget about those counties too. Those county courthouses that burned down a lot of the deeds that Black folk had in their possession or in the court's possession. So keep working. I think the people in those local areas will take courage from this vote today. There's no doubt about it.
One other thing I wanted to just say too, I meant to say this earlier, is we, and it was mentioned by a couple of people in another context about, I think it was you, Reverend Mark, about how the world is watching in terms of the question of the state-sponsored execution of Black women and men. They are also watching this struggle on reparations. No question about it. At Evanston, as all of you know, we were getting calls from all over the world. And this will be an even greater inspiration. In fact, when we have interfaced with Professor Sir Hilary Beckles over and over again, he talked about how important he saw and how the CARICOM Reparations Commission sees HR 40. So this is synergism here. So they're going to leverage this in their struggles. And there's an interesting way in which, you know, I've been saying for a long time, you know, it is that out of the colonial struggles, you know, our people, you know, not through enslavement, but also were, you know, went into all of these places, Britain, France, and they have become the contradiction inside of those countries. They're the ones who are now allying with other forces to begin to push the demand for reparations. So this is, as Professor Hilary Beckles has said, reparations is the human rights issue of the 21st century. And what we have done and we are continuing to do will be mirrored on a Pan-African basis throughout the world. No question about it.
Yeah, yeah. Anyone else? You all ready to go?
I'm going to join Nkechi. I'm ready to join Nkechi.
Y'all ready to go? Well, you all deserve it. You worked hard.
I just wanted to say how great the leadership of Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee was exhibited tonight in prime time. Nkechi's back. We got to get last word from Nkechi. she put that cover down on their head.
Lord have mercy.
But not only that, but getting us to this point, she, you know, when she took over this bill, you know, I have to say there was questions initially about her ability to grab this legislation and own it. But she wiped away all doubt early on, and there could have been no greater person to champion this bill in Congress than Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. And so we have to take our hats off to her, and no, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her as well.
Trying to reach her now so she can have some closing remarks for us. Nikichi, I don't think Harriet Tubman and Sojourner Truth took naps for the situation, but go ahead.
Thank you. No, I think that this is an apropos time to really call upon our ancestors, and we have called out some of those names before. Belinda Royal and Callie House and Isaiah Dickerson and the Honorable Marcus Garvey and you know, bringing on down to Queen Mother Otley Moore and Brother President Imari Abubakar Obadeli and Chokwe Lumumba, Dorothy Benton Lewis, Njeri Algani,
Jim Foreman,
Brother Combat Warrior, Brother Kalonji Olusegun. I mean, the list is just, I mean, Reparations Ray Jenkins. I mean, we've called these names. It's just so very important because these are the shoulders who's you know, that we stand upon, you know. Congressman John Conyers, I mean, you know, these were the steadfast ones, you know. May their memories forever not be forgotten. May their deeds not be swept under the corner. Okay. May we not be hesitant to call their names. May we be proud of the roots from which they came. That's right. You know, from. That's right. And you know, just as they passed the baton on to us, so shall we pass on the baton to those who come after us as well. This is an historic day that we find ourselves in today. I'm sorry. Did the bill pass? I mean,
oh yeah.
No, it didn't pass, Nikichi.
It's done, right?
Gotta start all over again.
After all that complaints about 50 years and 32 years, and then, you know, hey, you know, because you ate something and you got stereotypical and you couldn't hold on, see?
We have to start all over again.
I don't know if anybody can
go to a liquid diet.
That's Harry.
I don't know if anybody
push it. You had in Kichi. The question, the answer is not yet. It got out of committee. That was Harriet speaking through you. She said, "Did it pass yet?" That's right. We gotta keep going. That's right.
That vote was victorious.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I can't believe I missed it.
25-17.
Because you work so hard, sister. We jousted you.
Like, this was historic. I waited 50 years for this.
Yeah,
Thank God for rerun.
It's all right.
You can catch it in rerun.
Okay,
so I don't know if anybody can see this, but I'm holding up a picture of Congressman Conyers' program that is ongoing.
Amen.
Definitely going to lift him up in this and bring his spirit right here in this group with us. And
right,
you know, if it wasn't for him, you know, we wouldn't be here as well. So
that's right.
Lifting up Congressman Conyers.
Amen. Amen.
It was Reparations Ray Jenkins who followed him, who they were good friends. Reparations Ray Jenkins hounded Conyers, went to every public meeting Conyers went to, publicly putting him on Front Street about a reparations legislation after the Japanese Americans, the Civil Rights Redress Act got passed and signed by Reagan. He was a real estate owner. He was a broker.
Yes.
So he was busy being a realtor. He followed Conyers around for a week, went to every meeting with him, sometimes embarrassed the congressman. Congressman, when are you going to introduce reparation? And they were friends, but he put the friendship aside. That was his mission. Conyers finally relented and said, you know, he's right.
Yeah.
He's right. But reparations Ray Jenkins, I mean, he treated it like it was his personal, like he was being ordained. Reparations reparations ministry.
Amen.
Congressman around until the congressman said yes. And then congressman persisted every season, reintroduced it at just the right time so we could get that 40 in there, HR 40. Reintroduced. So just this is a momentous night for me, having been mentored by Jenkins and Conyers. I mean, and Mother Parks. I'm in reparations heaven right now. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Amen. Amen.
Reparations heaven. Yes, indeed.
I also wanted to, I was listening to Cam say how many years he's been in the struggle. And I also think it's important I'm a lifetime member of NCOBRA, not a founding member, but I've been, involved in a lot of the iterations and so forth. I want to really give Cam a great salute for his leadership. And I say that because navigating, truth be told, navigating this had its bumps and its lumps. And there were times when we were discouraged and we were worried and whatnot. And, when we didn't get the first markup and we were questioning why, and, what's up with Keenan, what's up with even SJL and so forth, to some degree. Cam could have said, hey, we've been tired, we've been doing this, we ain't got that, but he didn't do that. He had the maturity to stand tall, to reassess and understand that this is a long distance struggle, and to learn and to see and to navigate this process. Of course, Dreesen, likewise, because it was getting discouraged sometime. But we've been vindicated. Our faith and our work has been vindicated. So I just want to give a salute to NCOBRA as our legacy organization. I've been saying that as a elder or Baba now. I guess I'm allowed to say this. It is our legacy organization that carried us throughout this process.
Amen.
And Cam, capably, leading us, and of course Kenneth's right by his side. But at a critical moment, Cam, you stood tall. I just want to give you a salute for having done that.
Cam's not frozen, is he? I think he will. I think he went in and out. But I think we all concur. And NCOBRA has been holding up the bloodstained banner for years and years. And we are so grateful for what they've done. All of you have in your own way. We still got over 70 people in the webinar. And so even if some of us have to go, Jam is going to stay on all night and talk to each and every one of you in the webinar, all 7 of you. She's going to field all your questions and commune with you and socialize with you. But this you get even a little bit emotional. If Queen Mother Moore were here, and I know she is anyway, but if she could see us, and someone mentioned Dorothy, Dorothy Ben Lewis. So many people who have come by this way. Brother, you mentioned Kalanji, Nikichi, and God bless Mario Badeli. God bless Brother Chokwe Lumumba. I want to lift somebody else up that we don't mention much, but he did a song, Oscar Brown Jr. Where's my 40 acres and my mule? And I used to play that song on my radio show all the time. I want my 40 acres and my mule. We appreciate all of the artists who have played a role. Everyone is emotional. I'm even getting texts from some of the members of Congress who are excited about tonight. Everybody is feeling really good about what has happened, and it's not every day that you can be a part of this history. Folks, for all of you watching, all of you here with us, for the first time in history, the very Congress that codified our enslavement a committee within that Congress has voted. Now, what this means is it is more than likely it will pass the House. We got to do the Senate, but this has never happened before. Yeah, Jamoke, you're right. James Foreman,
Yes.
Black Manifesto.
Former shut down Sunday service at Riverside
Right.
Church.
Called out his name earlier. Yeah,
Religious
y'all just ignore
institution
it.
to pay up.
Oh, Ron, you called him out earlier. I missed it. Okay, yeah, good.
Yeah, I called out his name. Yeah.
James Foreman. I mean, so many people. And the fact of the matter is the issue is so big and so broad. There isn't one person or one group that owns it. Everybody has played a role in this. And I'm thankful to be a part of this with all of you, because these are some great comrades right here. If you want to go into battle, you want to go into battle with these folk that you see on this screen right here, because they have your back. They have our people's back. This is something else. That's right, Staple Singers. When will we be paid? That's a song. They sang that song too. So we are ever so grateful. Someone put John Henry Clark's name in the chat as well. One of my personal mentors.
Come on now.
So folks, I guess we'll get ready to go. Gil Scott Heron, who's going to pay reparations on my soul.
Come on now.
I guess we'll get ready to go. Callie House, I know her name has been mentioned, out of Nashville. Mary Frances Berry, who wrote a book about her,
Yeah.
as a matter of fact.
Ancestor, but yes.
Yeah.
Hershey McIntyre, Chris All.
Race is black is true.
Yep, that's right. She sure did. So
you
again,
know, Matsimela, I'm sorry, I know we're close enough, but the history, this is history right here.
Yes.
History in the making. The story, we talk about, Brother Ray Wimbush is here and talking about Callie House, and we have Henrietta Woods and all like that. But this history has not been written. The history of October, the history of NARC, the history of the modern day reparations movement, the history of Evanston, Illinois, being that first jurisdiction to earmark. This history. People don't know the Black nationalist part of history either. How the Black Power movement, how the Black nationalists supplemented independence politics. Okay, I'm telling you, for the greater good, to seek to try to mainstream the reparations movement, to bring in civil rights organizations and sororities and fraternities and churches and the like, as opposed to staying on the fringes in 5 states and this and that and that. But that's where it emanated from. But it was a conscious decision,
right,
to broaden the movement to where we have now, where we have 2020 presidential candidates talking about, where we have someone like Ta-Nehisi Coates in the Atlantic magazine, featuring, the issue all the way down to the very, very historic vote today, of which I'm so glad that the revolution is being televised, so I can go back and hear the final.
You got a whole lot of energy. Now I'm ready to go to sleep. Now you didn't woke up and you all fired up. Now I'm ready to go to sleep.
And we televised it. No, you're right. Well, folks, I guess we'll get ready to sign off. You gonna go back to sleep, Nikisha? Now you ready to stay up all night, huh?
I had a long day. Yeah, it's a long day.
She ready to go out and come back in at noon tomorrow.
Noon, right. So she'll join us at noon tomorrow, just coming back in.
Matsimela, stop that.
But we love all of you. And a lot of views, a lot of shares, a lot of retweets. Yes, that's true, Brother Zama. Statehood was also approved. That will probably go to the floor next week. I'm told they'll vote on DC statehood as early as next week, and that will make a big difference as well. All of these things are important. But tonight, folks, you witness history for the very first time in the history of this crazy country.
Reparations now.
That's right. Reparations now.
Reparations now.
Mama Joanne, you want to give us a benediction, please?
Yes, please.
The light of God surrounds us. The love of God enfolds us. The power of God protects us. And the presence of God is all around us, watching over us with the ancestors. Wherever we are, the Creator is, and all is well. Ashe.
Ashe.
Ashe. All right.
Thank
Love
you,
all of you.
everyone.
Stay
Asante
tuned. There'll
Sana.
be more organizing, more stuff to do.
That's
We'll
right.
get it done. Jam's gonna
Asante.
stay on and field all of you individually and whatnot. You want to do that, or you want me to just give everybody you want me to just announce your cell phone number, Jam? What do you?
Oh no, I'll be here.
Y'all got a pen, right? I'll put her number in the chat for everybody.
Damn, got to go. She got to go.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you all. God bless you all.
Mr. Jam, Asante Sana, Matsimela.
Thank you, Jam, for putting this together. Thank you, Cam, for organizing us. Thank all of you.
Cam,
Thank you. Thank you, Reparations, Beyonce, and HRW.
Yes.
Amazing. Look at what you all have done. God bless you all.
God bless.
And thank you, Matsimela, Mark Thompson, forever and ever. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm woke now, y'all.
I know you want to stay up all night, don't you? Look at you.
All right, I'm exiting us out.
You got to talk to these people, Jan. You got to talk to these people.
I'll follow up. Okay, good night, y'all.
Good night, y'all. Night night.